good evening, and welcome to Science and Sorcery, the show where everyone's favorite science communicators play Dungeons and Dragons in order to raise money for charity. If you're wondering why I stuttered just there, it's because my own voice was playing back at me from two separate tabs. I am incredibly excited for tonight, however, because we have, I'm not saying this to slight our previous guests, the best lineup we've had yet. But before we can get into the game, before I can introduce you to tonight's guests, first, a few announcements. First of all, as you can see in the lower left corner, we now have a Twitter account. You can follow us at Sci and Sorcery on Twitter, and you'll find all of our updates about future shows on there when we post them. You can also support us on Patreon. That would be amazing if you want to help us support and fund the show, fund our giveaways. We're trying to support small scientist-run businesses with those giveaways, and all of the money from our Patreon goes directly into those giveaways. You can find us at patreon.com/scienceandsorcery. Now, for tonight's giveaway, speaking of giveaways, we have teamed up with the incredible Startorialist. It is an amazing online store run and owned by female scientists. It is all space-themed stuff. We love space. We're not going to space tonight, but we still love space. So go to shop.startorialist.com and be sure to check out their entire catalog. But for tonight, we will be giving away 2 of their postcard sets. The Women in Science set and the Hubble Images set. And we will donate those we're giving those away to our donors. Yes. When we reach £150 for the Women in Science set and £300 for the Hubble Images set. If we reach our goal, which tonight is set at £633, one of our donors will be chosen to help me plan. Shut up, Sam. To help me plan the April All-Sam Battle Royale, in which I will lose my mind as I deal with 6 players named Sam, all trying to kill each other. But you could help me lose my mind in that by donating now. So be sure to go to ko-fi.com/scienceandsorcery. Give us your monies. If you don't give us your monies, if we don't make our goal, I'm going to be really sad and I'm going to cry. And if you follow me on Twitter, you might think, but Dagmar, you cry all the time. That's true, but this time it'll be your fault. One last announcement. Our wonderful, wonderful producer Sam has helped us organize our first live show. So if you're in or near Scotland on the 17th of May, come join us at 7 p.m. at Dram in Glasgow. I will be DMing an original story, which has yet to be written, for some local comedians/scientists. It's going to be great. We hope to see you there. And as always, we will be raising money for a local, this time, charity. Now, before we get into this, some of you may be joining us because you heard about us from the Science Discovery Day, which is a wonderful event that happened today for children. This show is not for children. If you're here with your children, I'm warning you now, get them out of the room, pour yourself a glass of wine, sit back and relax. But there will be adult language, there may be adult topics, there will be fantasy-style gore, and possibly other mature topics. So get your kids out of the room, put them to bed. I don't care what time it is, just do it. And that being said, I think you've heard me talk for long enough. You'll have to put up with me just a little bit longer as I introduce you to tonight's DM and players. First up, our DM tonight is the first Science and Sorcery guest to have his own Wikipedia page. A paleontologist well known for his work at the La Brea Tar Pits, and a stalwart member of the TTRPG community, as well as the closest that I'm ever going to get to Hollywood. I hope lots of his rich LA friends are watching. Please welcome Trevor Valle.
Sorry.
No apologies for drinking on show. Hi, Trevor. How are you?
Good. I have my own Wikipedia page?
Yeah.
Weird. Didn't know that.
Yeah.
Hi, everybody. I'm Trevor Valle. You can find me on Twitter at Tattoos and Bones. I'm both a paleontologist and professional dungeon master. I also play a little bit of D&D every other Monday. I'm on -2 charisma as Mac, the cowboy gunslinger. Literally, he's a minotaur with guns for a Sinner's Dream. And Plastic Ogre Live on Thursdays, where I play a synthetic both starship pilot and bass player. Tonight, I will be your DM host and hopefully not, yes, absolutely, character killer. The charity I am playing for today or tonight, depending on your time zone, is one that's very dear to my heart, Jasper's Game Day. Jasper's Game Day helps study and prevent suicides. It's a very close and personal topic to me. And this is a really hard world we're sitting in right now. And a lot of us can feel down and depressed. But just remember, you're not a critical failure. So if you feel like donating and helping out, that kind of good thing, please visit Jasper's Game Day on Twitter at Jasper's Game Day or online at jaspersgameday.com.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Trevor. If you want Trevor to replace me as the permanent host of Science and Sorcery, donate £1,000 right now, and I will consider it. I think Trevor's considering it as well.
Oh, no, I'm 100% considering it. I'm like, okay, cool, sure, cool. Why not?
I'll just play every time instead and talk about gentle crabs like I did last time.
Oh, God.
What's
do I have to refill my drink already?
Maybe. I know I do. Well, Trevor, it is amazing to have you here. I do hope you have rich friends in LA who will donate lots of money.
I hope so, too.
Okay, cool. We'll find out.
Yeah.
If you're rich, donate money. If you don't hate children, donate money. If you don't hate D&D, donate money. If you don't donate, you hate all those things.
If you like science, donate money.
And no one likes science.
I know. We're critically always underfunded. Why do art museums always get everything? He says, being the son of an art historian.
Okay, all right. We'll get into that in Science and Sorcery After Dark, the Therapy Edition. But first, let us meet our first player. She is a microbiologist from the University of Newcastle, as well as the mother of rats, and the creator of the hashtag small moth cross-stitch pattern. If you know, you know. Go check out our previous one-shots. Please welcome Charlotte Roughton. Knew I was going to get it wrong. Hi, Charlotte.
Hi. Hi, thank you for having me. And very flattering introduction.
For being here. Charlotte, tell us a little bit about your charity that you've chosen for tonight.
Yes, so unsurprisingly, it's to do with rats. Well, sort of. It's Far Place Animal Rescue, which is a no-kill animal rescue based in the UK. And it was from this particular rescue where I adopted my most recent rat, Tui. He's a very good boy that they took very good care of, and I love him. So if you could donate and help support more little ratties like Tui, that would be great. And if you don't, then you hate him.
If you love rats, donate money now. If you hate rats, also donate money now, because they will take the rats away from you and give them to people like Charlotte. They won't be near you if you donate money now. Charlotte, we're very excited to have you here. We hope to learn a lot about rats from you tonight. But thankfully, you are not facing Trevor's Island alone. You were also joined by just you and some rats against whatever is on that island. No, you are also joined by an immunologist by training, now a science communicator at the Natural History Museum in London, a job I am incredibly jealous of. So
Ditto.
Trevor, if you kill his character, kill him in real life too, so I can have his job. Yes? If you donate £1,000, I'm joking. Please welcome the actual ball of happy sunshine. That is Khalil Thirlaway.
Hey, and that is actually how you get a job at the Natural History Museum. You have to prize it from the previous holders' cold dead hands. So
okay, got it. Cool.
Bring
Cool,
it,
all right.
Dunbar and Trevor.
Yep. Support us on Patreon so that I can go down to London to kill Khalil.
And this is all evidence. This is all going to come out in court.
Oh yeah, that's fine.
So I'm playing
Khalil,
in
how
support.
do you?
Sorry,
Yeah.
go.
How do you feel about skateboarding children?
Who doesn't love it? And also,
Tell us a little bit more about that.
you know, it can bring a lot of joy to a lot of people, and especially the charity that I'm playing for, which is SkatePal. And they support children and young people in Palestine through skateboarding, because you know, as Palestinians, we've got to take the good news when we can get it, and kind of giving these children a kind of creative output where they can, you know, just be free and not have to think about, you know, the occupation and stuff like that. Is something really beautiful and simple, and it's a really lovely charity. Also, you know, I chose to play as a rather uncosplayable character in this game, so I've come as Palestine, if that's cool.
Yes, and if you're wondering, we do support Palestine on this stream, so if you don't like that, get out. And donate, because you're a terrible person.
Donate on the way
Khalil,
out.
very excited to have you here. I actually lived in Palestine for like 6 months as a small child, so I'm very, very glad to have you here to support the Palestinian people, because they need support from everyone. Now, we could throw you two on Trevor's Island. Would be pretty funny. I think we're gonna toss at least one more person into the mix. I should have asked her how to pronounce this. Zooarchaeologist? Could be wrong. From the University of York, whose PhD thesis focuses on medieval salmon exploitation. A topic I have so many questions about, because are the salmon medieval? Are the people medieval? Is the exploitation medieval? Are the salmon exploiting medieval people? I don't know. Maybe she'll tell us. Please welcome Liz Quinlan.
Hello, everyone. The salmon are absolutely exploiting medieval people.
Okay, cool.
I will not be answering any further questions about that.
No. I work with fish. I understand.
Yeah, salmon are exploitative little bastards.
Yes.
So, yes, hi, I am Liz Quinlan. I'm a zooarchaeologist or zooarchaeologist, depending on where in the world you're from. We have fights about it at the ICAS meetings. That's all we do. So I am here, and I am going to be trying to get everyone, bullying people into donating money to the Black Trowel Collective, which is as cool as its name sounds. It provides microgrants for people who are archaeologists or archaeological students, generally from traditionally underrepresented communities in archaeology, aka anyone who's not white, cis, heterosexual, a man. And provides that free of questions, and has supported, I think, over $30,000 in donations in the 2 years since it was started. So super, super proud to be associated with that group.
Yep. And if you hate underrepresented minorities,
yeah,
that means you're not one of our donors. So, you know, some people say just because you're one doesn't mean you're the other. I say yes, you are. So donate now. And also, please donate so that I know that the Ko-Fi is working, because I don't know if I set that up correctly. But we'll find out throughout the evening. Send me a message if you can't donate money. Shut up, Sam. Talking to the banner. And let's meet our final player. I am so excited to have this particular player, because not only is this person an aquatic ecologist who focuses on sanitation work, they are also the founder of the trans rights charity, the Transformations Project, which is an absolutely amazing charity. But he will tell you more about it. Please welcome Alex Petrovnia.
Hey everyone, I'm super excited to be here. Thank you so much for having me. I will be playing for the Transformations Project, which is a nonprofit organization that I started to respond to the anti-trans legislation crisis in the United States right now. I literally just checked, and as of today, 27 states are still considering anti-trans legislation. often similar to what's going on in Florida or in Texas right now. But you can make a difference in this fight by going to transformationsproject.org and contacting your representatives to support trans kids.
Awesome. Yeah. We love and support trans people here, and we hope you do too. So, once again, please donate money. I am finally going to stop talking and hand over to Trevor. And I sincerely hope that you have a fantastic time. I will be shitposting in the background with Sam. See y'all during the break.
Wait, me? Shit. Okay. All right, so 3 druids and a ranger walk into an island. No. God, you're all going to screw up every single encounter I've set for tonight. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us. I, as the Dungeon Master, are going to take these 4 into an interesting story of science and slaughter and a whole bunch of other weird and crazy shit. So we enter our story with our 4 adventurers, like you normally do in any of these stories, hanging out in a tavern. A messenger, clad all in white, has already come up to them and delivered a message from a local noble known as Jean Hermon, begging them to come to the palace and offering them quite a bit of money to travel to his private island, where he has a zoological research center, which, strangely enough, has lost all communication. And the last thing he heard were the magical wards that were keeping many of the creatures he has in their paddocks have failed. Which creatures and where? Doesn't say in the letter, and the messenger ran down the stairs and got out of there as fast as he could. So our intrepid foursome, after having a decent breakfast, probably quite a few pints, I would guess, feeding the rats. Slim, how do you eat, by the way?
Slim still needs nutrients because for the audience that might not know Slim yet, Slim has a kind of organic but kind of constructed body. And their head is a big, round, kind of glass hollow sphere, kind of like a fishbowl, with a little petri dish in the bottom. And on that petri dish is a load of little golden yellow slimy tendrils. And that's a slime mold. And Slim is a sentient slime mold controlling this mechanical body. So to consume nutrients, there are some kind of hollow channels throughout their body, and they'll kind of extrude a few kind of golden yellow gooey tendrils out of where on a biological body the hand would be, and it kind of squelches out over the food or like into the pint and just kind of absorbs it into the body. It's gross for everyone else, but Slim doesn't realize at all. They just think it's totally normal.
Question: can we feed Slim just to hear those noises at regular intervals throughout the stream?
Please starve Slim?
People pay good money for those noises, man. I could set up a whole other website for that.
Welcome to an evening of slime mold ASMR. So when you specifically, Slim, first came into this tavern, everybody kind of looked strangely at you. They've seen a couple automatons, some other warforged here and there, but it's the eating and the nutrient extraction that quite a few people are giving your group a very wide berth. And every once in a while, the bartender's like, because wow.
Slim doesn't pick up on any of these social cues. When they want to kind of make eye contact with another being, the slime mold in their head kind of arranges itself into a little smiley face, a kind of, the kind of acid house, very simple smiley face. And then they just go, hello, and then continue squelching away and eating and drinking. And then actually they're quite hoping that the barman does throw up, because that would be a whole new kind of sensation to try out and kind of analyze. Slim is a very curious individual in both senses of the word.
What the hell have I gotten myself into on this stream? Right. Well, that's just one of our adventurers. While the fishbowl full of slime mold is busy tasting everything on the table,
Including the table.
Including the table.
One of the rats.
Speaking of which, to their side is a... Well, how would you describe yourself, Jack?
7-foot frame, rats along her back. She doesn't feast on screams though, so that's a positive. But no, she's a very tall, gangly, humanoid rat. She wears a crown of flowers, branches, general naturey things that she's picked up along the way. And she has a small entourage of rats that follow her around that she talks to.
Again, when you first came in, the tavern staff and the main staff of the inn are kind of like, okay, we've seen minotaurs and like weremoose and different things like that. Again, eating, little bit weird this morning as the trays are set down in front of all of you, and your rats kind of come down onto the table and start nibbling along. People still giving you a wide berth. The tavern keeper at this point has just thrown down their towel and has exited the room. Especially when another member of your party is sitting there, and this strange-looking, kind of somewhat moist. Well, Sarik, how do you look?
I'm just a little guy. Just that. As
Just a
all
little
frogs
bisexual
are.
icon, we love it.
Yeah. As all frogs are, regardless of gender. I'm just a little guy. My pronouns are she, her, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, so I'm a grung, aka frog-like folk person. And I'm aggressively bisexual, but that doesn't really matter for the context. I have a quarterstaff. I kind of look really tough and don't want anyone to talk to me. And that's usually the kind of the energy and vibes I try and bring into any establishment I go to in real life and in D&D.
So being aggressively bi, that means amplexus is good for anyone at this point.
Yeah.
Cool.
I don't know what amplexus means, but I said yes. So yeah.
Funny, prior to
What have
being
you
a
signed us up for,
paleontologist,
Liz?
I agree.
Aggressively, yes.
science communication moment. Prior to being a paleontologist, I was actually a wildlife biologist specializing in reptiles and amphibians. Amplexus is when the male frog, presumably male frog, grasps the female from behind and locks on and generally doesn't let go for a very long time. That stimulates the female into releasing a pile of eggs, which he then fertilizes by moving his feet back and forth and working into a froth on some species. So yeah, that is amplexus.
You
For
said
those of you at
grasping?
home
So Friday night.
Yeah.
basically,
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm ready for grasping.
Here in Hollywood, California, that tends to be like Tuesday afternoons, but yeah, Friday nights.
This is all very reminiscent of my undergraduate years at University of Toronto.
I'm very familiar with the YYZ and the 6. I totally get that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, a robot with a slime mold fishbowl, a rat, and a frog all sit at a table enjoying themselves in the morning. And yet there is a fourth member of this troupe that looks remarkably different than the rest of them. Sewer, how about you?
Hello. Yes, I'm playing Sewer. He comes from a very sheltered background, and so he is staring at the rest of his party pretty much as everybody else is. Although he is a humanoid, he is a half-elf with extremely with tattoos all over him, but he doesn't really look that out of place compared to the rest of the group, and he's kind of relieved by that, honestly. Like he's secretly grateful that all of y'all are dragging all the attention away from him, because usually he's the one that everybody's like staring at, and he's like, okay, you know what, I can roll with this. I'm going to stick with these people for that reason specifically.
Social camouflage.
Social camouflage, exactly. He is also aggressively bisexual, not that it matters, but I thought that would be relevant. If you proposed Amplexus to him, I think he would refuse just because of fear of not knowing what that means. But that's just him. If you propose Amplexus to me, that might be a different situation.
Fantasy. I imagine when the four members of our party walked into the tavern, it was kind of like a series of record scratches.
Oh, yeah, 100%. And then the tavern keeper did that very aggressive fourth wall turn to camera. You're probably wondering how I ended up here.
I feel like Sewer would do that, honestly.
Yeah.
He's like, you're probably wondering.
To set the scene, late at night, the door opens like it does in every tavern. And the tavern keeper looks up and notices, oh, a half-elf is walking in. Well, what the hell? As the fishbowl, rat, and frog follow. It's definitely an interesting quartet that you have, which is probably why you were noticed by more than one noble, specifically one Jean Armand. After your breakfast, you travel up the roadway to a very fine but not overly ostentatious manor. It is named a palace in the message, but it's certainly not. There's some nice white granite and marble exteriors, a couple balconies, nothing too out of place compared to other residences further up the hill, and especially the walled fortress that acts as the actual palace in this area. As you approach the front door, it is opened from within by a very enthusiastic, also white-dressed serving staff. Oh, yes, please, come in. Master Armand will be meeting you up in the study in just a moment. So just up the stairs and to the left, and everything will be fine. And
I flash a slimy smile at the staff in return.
And again, just that, like, okay. And you are escorted by yet another white-clad individual. This time, just a very simple, demure, almost looking elf. And you're led into a dark wood shelved. Whoops. You're led into this room of dark shelves and books, and these strange, large bones on these iron frames. By Slim Silence, donate 50 now. Exactly. I mean, come on, people. Or donate 50 and we'll crank up the slime mold sounds even more.
Yeah, we'll do a supercut of all the slime noises, and you can buy, a DRM'd MP3 later.
That would be great. I like that idea. Just like fall to sleep with the sounds of a slime mold.
Slime mold sounds to work and study to.
Lo-fi squelches.
Yes, lo-fi squelches.
So the door is very quickly closed behind you. And again, this is a fairly nice looking study. Books line the walls. Again, those large bones in these iron frames just dot occasionally throughout. It's about a good 40 feet wide and 80 feet long. Probably the main centerpiece of this manor. And just about a minute passes as a door on the far end opens. And in walks the same demure elven person, as well as an aging human. White beard, closely cropped, also dressed in white, carrying a cane that looks like is wood, carved to look like possibly a spinal cord, and a straw hat with a black band at a slightly jaunty angle. Comes in without looking at you. The elf pulls the chair out to the side, and he sits, and then looks up and looks to the elf Just a minute. This is what you brought. Seriously. Well, no, I'm sorry, sir. These are the only people that responded to the message. Oh, lovely. Right. He turns back to you and visibly disturbed. Well, hello. My name is Jean Hermond, and I have asked you. The rats scurry real quick, somewhat confused at his accent.
They're scared. They're now hiding in my crown.
And he looks for a moment. Thank you for responding to my message. I know it seems a little ostentatious to offer you 100 gold each for doing this for me, but I have to say I've spared no expense in trying to get all of my animals placed back in their appropriate paddocks. We don't like to use the word cages here. They're natural environments, mostly the right size for these creatures. The most important part is that, well, I mean, if you die, then we will give the money appropriately to your next of kin, as long as at least 2 witnesses see the death. We are not held in any kind of liability or court challenge, and it can actually be verified that the animals themselves did the killing without necessarily, yes, the small, frog, is it?
Yes. I have 473 siblings. So is that 100 each? If I die?
At that it's 100 gold total, but we can separate it into silver and copper if needed.
This is less and less of a good deal.
And he turns to the elf again. Sorry. But yes. If the death occurs at the hand of the animal, and make sure that the animals are not harmed in any way, you will get your reward. It's a very simple island, fairly large. It's in a decent, a decent small collection of islands. It is specifically the Isle of Cretas, and you hear the elf just kind of almost imperceptibly chuckle. Look, it was the best name I could come up with because the other 2 were not good in focus groups. You don't want to hear the Isle of Trias or the Isle of Juras. So it's the Isle of Cretas. The elf is almost losing at this point. Just trying. One of those moments that your employer is embarrassing themselves in an amazing way, and it's their comeuppance, and you just can't keep it in. And the elf excuses himself. And with a slight close of the door, you then just hear this coming from the hallway. He looks at you, Jean Hermond looks at you all very expectantly, as if waiting for an answer or an agreement. Eyes somewhat pleading, not quite puppy dog or Puss in Boots, but more like, yeah, are we going to do this? Eh? Do you have any questions? The fishbowl.
The concept of death is quite complicated for my people. If my body gets destroyed, but some of my cells are brought back, do they get the reward?
Would they be you, or would they be kin? Or both?
Yes.
I'll have my accountant review the contract. And
excellent.
The answer will be yes.
But the financial reward is secondary importance to me. I relish the chance to meet and study and meet lots of new species.
Oh, there are plenty on the island, yes. Some of them are small and quite pleasant to look at. Other ones,
how delicious are they? Asking for a friend.
Some of them taste like chicken. So I'm told, and you just hear this gruff clearing of a throat from another doorway that you didn't notice was open before, that leads to a hallway, and out comes this rather large dragonborn, reptilian features, clawed hands, a very large curved sword hung at his side, and this seems like a very outdoors leather hat that's folded up. And he just goes, right. I'm not going to say who was doing the eating, but chicken is chicken's right up there, yeah. Jean turns, oh, yes, this is my beast warden and head keeper. This is Rob Dumal, and he will be assisting you in this, because I can't have you going into my zoological research station completely unescorted and, something horrible happened, like being eaten, destroyed, or in somewhat, yeah. Do you mind if he accompanies you? He has certain abilities that are very conducive to living in that kind of environment.
Survival's nice.
Yes.
It's probably fine.
Hello.
Question.
Yes.
Have you been approached by the animals in terms of mediation proposals, collective bargaining, anything like that? I just want to make sure we're being equitable here.
No.
Are you trying to squash a union, sir?
No.
It sounds like you are.
No, these are animals for research and display. They're not employees.
Oh, but they can still unionize.
Rob, would you please escort them to the docks where the airship is waiting? And the Dragon Lord just kind of, yeah. If you want to come with me, we'll get to the airship, and then I can brief you for a little bit more if you need it. If you want to go in blind, that's fine. Up to you. And you're led out the back, where a very beautiful, elegant teak wood ship seems to be like just something you would find across a freshwater lake or maybe a small inland sea, is sitting there floating gently in the air. A couple white-clad staff waiting for you, briskly motioning to embark. And as you do, the ropes are cast aside. And it kind of, unlike a seagoing vessel, this one lurches more like into the sky. Very uncomfortable sort of movement. And then you begin sailing off. You watch the city recede up over a small mountain, and then there is the coast. And over the next 3 or so hours, there's nothing but ocean beneath you. And off in the distance, there is this large peak covered in green. And it gets ever closer. Would you like to ask Rob of anything? Or what would you be doing on this about 3 to 4 hour journey to the Isle?
Well, I need to find a bucket to soak in.
So is there like a bucket on the
before
sea?
we left?
Listen, I don't
The
plan.
ocean was right there.
I don't plan. Planning doesn't happen. I need a bucket and I need it now. While I'm in the
Have to
bucket,
be
I would
fresh
like
water?
to ask the questions.
One of there's a small halfling crew member that just kind of looks up at you slightly, even though you're nearly the same height. Goes away and then comes back with a decent sized mop bucket.
Perfect.
Full with mostly water, maybe a very thin sheen of what could be oil on top. This is the best I can do. Is that okay?
It's fine.
Okay. He puts it down. And Rob is just sitting there looking at all of you, going, well, this is going to be interesting, won't it? As I shift characters back and forth, trying to keep my accent straight.
Which part of the ship is made of wood?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm just going to be in the corner just gnawing on a piece of the ship. You know, and I need to keep my teeth down. So now's a good time. We've got 4 hours, right? Just going to help myself.
Rob, how many species are there on this island? Do you know approximately?
There's at last count 17, 18.
Okay. What kind of classes and phylums and genera are we looking at here?
Mostly reptilian. Some of them are kind of bird-like,
like you, or
yeah, a bit. Just some are bigger, much bigger. Dear God, much bigger. Some about my height, and some are very, very small, and haven't had too much problems with them. There are a couple flying ones, but I don't think they've gotten out of the aviary yet.
Flying? What kind of flying?
Large, reptilian.
Large flying. Okay.
Yeah. About wingspans in the 10s. Very. Don't worry though, they can't pick you up.
Centimeters?
No, feet.
Miles?
Feet. Sorry, feet. Definitely feet.
Okay.
My feet, not yours.
We need precision.
Yeah, we don't have much there. That's why the wards kind of failed and everything.
No
went to
precision.
hell. No, he spared no expense except for the wizards that were trying to keep everything inside. Apparently, his nephew went a little bit and dispelled most of the protection fields. Yeah, it was not a good day.
Can I get the ground equivalent of a shower beer? Where's that halfling?
You kind of just look, and he's, strangely enough, the moment you're looking for him, he just is kind of there. You look one moment, and then you look back behind you, he's like, hello.
Hello. Can I
may
get
I help
a lager?
You? Oh, of course. And he goes and...
A lager for the Frogger.
He goes and brings back an actual rolling cart. And it has a couple glasses of wine, a few darker bottles of stiff alcohol, a couple small kegs, and a nice glass bowl of water with even a few ice cubes in it. It seems that no expense was paid for this vessel, but according to Rob, a whole lot of expenses were missed on the island itself. He does tell you that there are some very interesting creatures on the island. A majority of them are herbivorous, that are eating the local plant life. A few of them tend to be more on the bitey side and more of a carnivorous diet. He does seem to be parsing his information rather delicately. And there are those that fly, and there are a few water environments, and he strictly tells you, you do not want to go in there. One of them, really big, lots of teeth. The other one, slightly smaller, lots of teeth.
Got it. Flying water, lots of teeth. Okay.
Flying land water, lots of teeth.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Lots on the land.
Teeth in the land?
Our main job is going to be putting them back into their paddocks, which are all on the ground.
Great.
How are we, who is reinstalling the protection wards to actually keep them in once we get them there?
Oh, that's easy. There's a series of crystals up in the main guard area that we have to place back in the correct order. I'm sure there's documentation in there about what is the correct order. And then everything will be fine.
But we have to do that after they get into the paddock and before they leave the paddock again.
Yeah.
And there's no plan for that other than that.
No.
I could give them all hugs.
There you go. See? A lot of you look like nature
with
types. You can figure it out.
slime.
Maybe Slim can.
Yeah, no,
Oh,
it'll be fine.
I can make friends with all sorts of things. I'm very friendly.
I feel like our definitions of friend are different, Slim, but yeah, let's do it.
I'm learning.
At this point, Rob just kind of puts his hat down a little bit lower, walks to that rolling cart, grabs an entire bottle of the dark-colored spirits, and just chuckles as he walks up to the quarterdeck of the back of the ship.
I pop a beer and I kind of squelch a finger into it and just kind of soak.
The rats
Just
bring
like
me
the
a beer.
level
They
just
carry
go
it
down
along their back.
slowly.
I'm trying to crawl into my own skin at the noise that Slim's making.
I am sitting there literally looking like as physically uncomfortable as it is possible for an entity to look. Just like
I'm not on my
trying
back
not
now.
to stare in any particular direction. Just staring directly downwards as much as possible.
I love that. Just everything chaotic going around you, and you're just like, nope.
Sewer is not
Don't
coping.
make eye contact.
So it's fully going to his happy place.
He's yes. He's like, I am not here. This is not happening. Everything is fine.
Yeah, you gotta mind palace it. Just
Yeah,
Love it.
absolutely.
Oh, I love it.
Just a quick question.
Yeah.
The flying, the reptilian animals. We're
Yeah.
talking about dragons, right?
No.
Well, that's
What are
worse.
they?
No
That's
fire
worse.
breathing.
Okay.
Yeah, no
No,
fire
great.
breathing. No they got wings, but they don't have like arms and legs. The arms are the wings. Not wyverns. No,
The
not
lizard?
dragons. Not at all.
No
Bird?
dragons. Great.
Nope.
Fantastic.
We don't believe in dragons here, other than
Like a
That's,
flying
that's good.
snake?
I just, speak Draconic and have, communicated with dragons before and have been pretty successful at calming them down and getting everything to be fine and just kind of what I thought was going to be going on here. So it's fine.
no,
it's
no.
fine. It's fine. It's fine.
We can learn.
We can. Yeah, I really hope so.
Yeah, none of the beasts on the isle are what's that word that you Leonard types? You
Draconic.
no. That'd be me. And there's definitely one of me on the island.
Yes.
No,
Well, not yet, but about to be.
Sentient,
Technically.
sapient. They don't know much other than being beasts.
I mean, same, but
Don't we all?
That's a valid point.
That was reassuring until my other compadres stepped in there.
Yeah, Howard. As the odd man out occasionally, I gotta say, you and them.
Yeah, it's odd. It's well, they were the only ones other than me who were willing to come along on this quest that you're proposing. And frankly, I didn't have quite as many details as I do now, but we're on the ship. Haha, we sure are heading towards the island.
we're having
Yeah.
a great time.
That is happening
About
right
that.
now.
It's not that and I'm surprised he didn't tell you, but it's not that you were the only ones to respond. It was that you were the only ones left.
How are you
Come again?
here then?
The only what left?
Only group to go to the island.
Wait, there
there
have been
was-
other groups?
6 of them, in fact.
6 groups of 4.
No, there was one group of 6.
Oh.
Yeah, they
So
let's
26
just say
people died?
their kin are rather wealthy at this point.
Oh.
Rob.
What? The only thing different between all them and all you is you all got me.
Excellent.
So you didn't go on the other expeditions?
Oh no, not at all.
So are you the 6th choice in terms of like friend characters? Like
No, it's more like they were all really pompous and thought they were full of themselves, and they decided to go without a proper guide. And finally, I put my claws down and said, "Nope, nope, I'm going too." I mean, it's my responsibility after all.
At least
I
they
think this
won't
is
be
gonna be
hungry
fun.
when we turn up.
Yeah.
Take a view.
That is the exact point that I was trying to make, and no one would listen to me. You're really smart.
I mean, while she's saying this, she has a mouthful of wood shavings from the ship drop.
Really
Oh,
smart.
the rat's all like gnawing next to her, just like
Yeah,
lined up
we're in a
along
cute
that.
little line.
Occasionally, the small halfling comes over and he goes, "No, and like brushes the rat away. And
No,
then, like,
whoa, don't talk to Rathu like that, okay? He's my son. Okay.
Don't ever speak to me or my
Talk
son
to me or
again.
my 7 sons ever
Wrath.
again.
And I thought I was driving this off the rails.
There are no rails.
Nope, not anymore. The rats have eaten them all on the ship.
You had wooden rails?
Gonna end
Well-
the campaign before it started. The ship
Right?
falls.
I mean, my slime is slightly acidic, so rails
There
were
is
never
that.
really going to survive.
And a couple of the crew make the very quick realization that you are a grung, and that bucket that you're in, soaking lovingly, is now considered toxic. And the moment you're done, it's not really stowed as more thrown overboard.
Oh, that was a bad idea. Yeah, I'm going to have to report that. I don't know who to, but someone's going to hear about it.
To the fantastical EPA.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, grung slime cannot be disposed in that way. You really should be getting training. There are cost assessments to be done. I don't understand why this crew has not been properly trained.
To be fair, none of them are WEEP, OSHA, or HAZWOPER certified. Nor is there any sort of fantasy, NOAA group or anything like that, unfortunately. Yes, by the way, please do not don't throw random things off into the ocean, everybody. We know that's a problem. Please don't do that.
Yeah, grung slime, oil, anything.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. And you're beginning to really get a little hyped up about this. And there's a little bit of a sense of not just excitement, but daunting, knowing that there are 6 teams in front of you that never came back. And it kind of seems that you've been sent on a one-way mission at this point, where hopefully things will go better, maybe. And as you begin to get lost in your thoughts, there's a sudden jolt. As the airship begins descending, that large mountain has grown much closer in appearance. The lush landscape and beaches just miles around underneath the craft as it begins to slow and lands in this large stone circle. A rope ladder is thrown over, and you see that the circle has a small path that winds not very far, maybe about half a mile. All the trees and everything have been cleared out, and it's a nice rolling hill, and it ends at a very large stone wall and 2 enormous wooden gates that have absolutely no sign above them, because we don't want that kind of level of copyright strike. And as you assemble, make sure all the packs, a few other items are tossed overboard and set up. Anything you might need, ropes, climbing gear, anything you think you would have. You see Rob takes this about 10-foot wooden pole. This looks like it come in handy. Right. Shall we go then? As he flips between stupid English and Australian back and forth because I can't do accents.
Yeah, Slim is kind of very curiously taking in all the sensory inputs that they can, and kind of really trying to learn about this new environment, and is excited to meet and taste and sense all these new creatures.
Yeah,
Well-
Sari grabbed her bag and put it on, and then like leapt over the side and superhero landed and posed. And no one, like, there was no reason for that, but it looked good.
Sewer is like anxiously going down the rope ladder. Like you could see him visibly shaking a little bit on the rope ladder.
The rest of the rope
doing
ladder
his
is
best to
shaking.
get down. Yeah, like the rope ladder is trembling and it's like kind of jerking him around, and he's just really having a hard time of it, honestly.
It's like one of those
The rats-
shitty carnival
Yes.
things where you're like, fuck.
Yeah,
Poor rat
balance-
clinging on for
balance
dear
thing.
life.
Yeah,
Yeah, you're going
but
down.
he
and-
eventually makes it, which is what matters.
That's fantastic. So, Slim, you have the honor of doing our first roll of the evening.
Nice.
Because now that we're on the Isle, here come the dice. I would like you to make a nature check, please.
Ooh, nature.
Since you're actively looking at the environment around you.
Slim's not bad at that. That's going to be a 15 total.
15 total. Not bad. You begin to look around and you've accumulated some knowledge of the world from a little bit of traveling. You know what the local area, at least of the city, is like, and the local flora and everything there. Here, everything looks radically different. Leaves have more of a waxy coating. Not so much grasses, but more shrubs lined this area. Everything seems a little bit dark inside the forested areas, and everything feels a bit wet.
So I probably get quite kind of distracted by kind of trying to I'll kind of get a little tendril out and kind of I try and analyze the waxy coating on these leaves and kind of taste it, and then kind of have a look around and continue.
It's a very interesting sensory experience, and you're all after you see him go over and begin to extend those tendrils and taste the world around them. You all begin to see that this is a radically different environment, but it also seems almost artificial in a way. Many of these plants are unfamiliar to a majority of you of a more natural aspect. It seems like these have been plucked from all around maybe the world, definitely from other parts of the continent, and have been placed here in some sort of strange magical homeostasis to replicate some kind of environment that is very unfamiliar and honestly kind of creepy feeling.
Sewer has made it to the bottom of the ladder and is probably over next to Slim, trying to checking out the leaves as well, kind of tapping at him, trying to figure out what the hell is going on with these artificially typed leaves.
Yeah, I mean,
Go
I was
ahead.
gonna say, I mean, I'm Circle of Spores, and I've got like an affinity for, mushroomy type things, and there are some mushrooms here which should not be in this part of the world. I don't know how they're growing.
Absolutely. And Sewer, the leaves are real. They're alive. These plants are living, but
Okay.
they have, again, waxy coatings, maybe to prevent them from being over moistened.
Okay.
If too much water gets to them, you know that the plants could begin to rot. These leaves seem to shed water very easily, so nothing collects on them and possibly damages them. So yeah, but you begin to notice these plants not only shouldn't be here, but they shouldn't be together. This is a strange ecological nightmare. Normally, many of this flora would be fighting itself and others, trying to maintain some sort of dominance. Climbing vines seem very artfully drifted over the large stone walls. There's just a little bit of beautiful lichen on the large wood doors that Rob walks up to and very unceremoniously kicks open. And the
Yeah,
hinges
wow,
are
what the fuck?
They're very well oiled. They swing open very easily. And he immediately draws this long curved sword and looks back at you all and says, well, are you coming?
This guy is really impatient. I feel like we could really get some more, like prep and backstory and information about what we might be facing here.
No. Let's go. Okay, come on. Quarterstaff out, walking forward.
Oh, she is ready.
We're
Okay.
heading.
I'm just gonna.
Stuart
I'm gonna scurry behind.
Reluctantly
She
draws
seems
his
confident.
bow and has it, and is like cautiously following behind the rest of y'all.
As Sura and Sarik scurry off, I'm gonna turn to Jack and say, well, the thing about magical wards is you only appreciate them when they're gone, and then just walk off.
I'm going to exchange looks with Rathu, and then we go.
Ow. Rob just hears an edge of that and just goes, oh, damn it. The path you're on begins winding, but artfully. Again, this seems just designed. This is... You've been to different carnivals in cities. You've been to, occasionally during a fall festival, there would be a grain maze. This seems to have that same, no, really, everything is natural, but here, the path goes this way. And then it double backs on itself quite artfully. This is absolutely more of a presentation space than a natural, enjoyable hike. Everything is just wrong. And your minds flash back to some places have open lands where animals under observation can actually graze. This is a hard stone pathway. And the wild plants suddenly start to thin out. They're now in planters. And you walk by what looks to be an open air seating area.
Slim is a bit disconcerted by this vibe because Slim is, is an artificial, a mechanical body serving a biological living entity. But this feels totally the wrong way round. This feels like nature has been made to serve a constructed artificial purpose. And it's, Slim isn't weirded out by much, but they are weirded out by this.
And that's absolutely right. It begins to feel you've all experienced how a city or a village or a town springs up in the middle of nature, and nature around it is somewhat tamed. Maybe an area is cut down for farmland, things like that. This is above and beyond that. This is as if nature was brought into a home or a building and placed decoratively, almost nonsensically. Just, you know what? That would look really nice right over there. It feels cold.
Don't like it.
And I would like everyone, and I mean everyone, to make a perception check, please.
That's going to be a 19 from Slim.
Okay.
Quick question: how do we actually roll in D&D Beyond?
That's easy. If you're looking at your sheet, you will want to, there you have your proficiency modifier and skill tree.
Yeah.
Go to about 3/4 of the way down where it says perception.
And just click that.
And click on the box. That will automatically roll a d20 and add your modifier.
Excellent. It's thinking.
I missed all of those instructions because I was getting Arizona iced tea.
Oh, no worries.
Click the number next to perception.
Yes. It'll say like plus -1, +4, whatever it will say.
For a party of all druids and rangers, I'd hope we'd all have a positive perception modifier.
No, still not getting a roll. I don't.
Strange. So, let's see. Let me pull up your sheet here, Sarik. Your perception is a +2. So, yeah, in that center long column where it says skills, on the you should have a black dot.
Oh, I'm looking at the wrong sheet.
Oh, it's okay.
It's starting well.
This is going great.
It happens.
We are professionals, of course.
I can't believe I just rolled a 1. My first roll of the game, and I rolled a nat 1.
Oh, yeah, I see that.
I have a modifier, but still, like.
I figured it out.
Yes, exactly that.
I rolled an 8.
So we have
11.
a 19 from Slim, an
That's
8
good.
from an 11 from Jack, an 8 from Sarik, and a 5 from Seward.
He's off his game. He's real nervous.
maybe everyone else's low numbers are because, like, as Slim is looking around, as the face rotates within the bowl, it's very much.
It is a little disturbing.
And like tendrils come out and taste the air, like.
I feel like, honestly, though, like, with the environment we're in, we're just freaked out by absolutely everything right now. So I think you're just kind of like the cherry on top of it. You're not necessarily like the main thing that's freaking us out right now.
Well, it's also 3 druids and a ranger walk into effectively a theme park. And yes, it's pretty creepy. What is more creepy is the slime mold in a fishbowl and the strange mechanical body just tasting the air and going, wow, this is really neat. But Slim, you notice that there's scents all around you. There's old, like, stale bread products,
Yeasty.
rotting meat, mold, lichen, things around. This place it looks somewhat clean and a little run down, but just beyond this thoroughfare you're on is just disrepair and disuse, probably in excess of a month old. And oh my, Chris Hogan just made a 50-pound donation. And this is Dino Rex Machina. So Chris, is it going to be harder or easier for the party at this exact point?
Or will you stop Slim?
Or will you stop
From
Slim from
making
making horrific mouth noises? You figure it out. I will continue to describe the scene.
Stronger people have tried in the past.
It's very alarming that this place must have been abandoned or somewhat like this has happened a while ago. Oh, much harder and more mouth noises. Okay.
Oh no, Chris, no.
Why?
Give the people what they want. So Sim says it feels like, as unsettling as this place is, nature does seem to be trying to reclaim it bit by bit. Life sometimes. How does this finish? I can't find. I don't know. Life does stuff.
Yep.
As Slim is pontificating. Hashtag life does stuff. Life does stuff. You notice that it is eerily quiet. Like, this is supposed to be a zoological research station. In some kind of false tropical location. But other than your own breathing, the chittering of rats, or the occasional squish in a fishbowl, there is no sound.
Something's wrong.
At that point, there is a loud crash from about 400 or 500 feet to your right. The trees are beginning to shake. And something was disturbed. And there are these not quite thunderous footfalls, but almost like the sound of trees crashing and some sort of galloping. But it's this very odd, like, kind of gait. And forcing its way between two buildings is this bizarre animal. Its eyes are wild, nose flaring, and this very flat but rounded face. A couple horns, just small ones, peeking out from its temples. Very low, slung body. Still a decent 12, maybe 15 feet of body length in this large, looks like flat armored shell with these bumps and protrusions and a small row of spikes around the outside. And it looks at all of you. And you see that its tail is beginning to swing. And on the end of it are these two large, bulbous deposits of horn and bone. As it raises that tail and just starts to slowly pace around your group. Rob is immediately on the defensive, holding his sword in a crosswise formation, and he just looks all back at you with a slightly panicked look on his face. What do you do in this moment?
I knock an arrow. How far is the animal from us?
Probably about 90 or so feet.
I don't know if I can make that. I hold for now.
I mean, I was going to ask if this creature might possibly have an upper respiratory infection and might need some medications.
Is it unionized and does it have a healthcare plan?
Right. Yeah, I mean, I'm just really concerned about equity at this point.
I mean, how was this thing bred? Like, was it bred to have a flat face? That doesn't sound very ethical.
Yeah, brachycephalic monsters are a real problem within the community.
Like, you might think they look cute, but it's not cute. They're
it's
suffering.
Really not. Have you ever seen a skull of one of those? I have one back home. It's
disgusting.
Ugly. It reminds me every day that unethical backyard monster breeders should be stopped.
I mean, that is literally where we are right now, trying to stop.
Sarik, go ahead and give me an animal handling check.
9. Oh, 8.
Doesn't seem to have, I mean, it could very well be an upper respiratory infection. It also seems a little pissed off and or possibly scared. It's really hard to tell because this thing is rather large and you've never seen it before.
Could I kind of squelchily wave? Hello. Is everything all right? And as a circle of the shepherd druid, I have speech of the woods. Beasts can understand my speech, and I have the ability to decipher their noises and motions.
Wow.
Most beasts lack intelligence to convey or understand sophisticated concepts, but a friendly beast could relay what it's seen or heard in the recent past. This ability doesn't grant me friendship with beasts, but I can talk to them.
Okay. It kind of grunts and cocks its head slightly. The tail is still up and wavering. You're getting the general sense that something scared it. It ran, and now it's feeling a little penned in, and it's highly on the defensive.
I turn to the others and I say, I think if we don't mess with this individual, they won't mess with us.
Okay.
But I think we might need to get out of the way because it feels like this person has somewhere to be, and there might be something else that it's running from that might be scarier.
Okay. How about you lead the way to whatever direction gets us out of the way of this
I
fine
turn
beast
to Rob.
here?
Rob is very slowly backing away, and he kind of leans over. It's like, we call these one boulder tails, and something must have spooked it. Yeah, no, that's a very good idea. And he's keeping himself between you and the beast, and he's trying to kind of kite to the side slightly and motioning all of you behind him as you begin to slowly edge. It's calming down a little because you don't seem very offensive. Its eyes are a little wild, and then it kind of glances back to where it came from, and then immediately breaks into a run at you and then curves off down one of the other pathways, very briefly slamming into this large collection of just disused carts. They're just breaking, its tail swinging wildly. At that moment, you're really lucky as you see the damage that this tail could have done to you, that you did not choose to fight this animal. And it, again, scared, goes running down and then takes this hard left down another thoroughfare.
Can we see anything down the path that it came?
It was more of crashing through the woods and then kind of squeezing its way through between two small buildings. But and it's about 100 feet up and to the right. You can absolutely go check it out if you'd like.
I would love to have a look down there.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, no, Sorry, please.
Well, I was gonna say, I think we really do need to get a sense of what all we're dealing with here.
That's what I was suggesting, and then you had us run on ahead anyway.
Well, it's fine. What I'm gonna do to redeem myself is I would like to cast Locate Animals as ritual, so it doesn't take up my precious little spell slots, so that I can see. I'd like to just know how many animals there are on this island, like in general, or within 5 miles of me, whichever.
Can do.
How big is the island?
Very large. Probably like in modern terms, probably like the like a mid-sized island of, about like Kauai.
Okay, well, we'll use my 5 mile perimeter as like a sampling attempt, find out how many there, and then extrapolate from there. So
that should absolutely cover the majority of the complex.
Yeah.
If not more. Is it 5 mile radius or?
Within 5 miles. That's all it says.
Okay, we'll say a 2.5 mile radius.
Okay.
Sure. It does take about 10 minutes to ritual cast a spell.
I'll be over here.
Pardon?
I'll be over here.
Okay.
It's just like the druid equivalent of quadrats, right?
Right. So, Rob sees what you're doing, and you explain it quickly to him, and he kind of nods and tells everybody to just hang out. So Sarik begins to do this incantation. For about the next 10 minutes or so, what are the rest of you doing?
I'll say, I mean, it's lovely that we didn't get hit with that big tail. But maybe next time we meet one of these beasts, we should get it to come with us somehow, because isn't that our job?
Oh.
Or am I misunderstanding?
Oh, yes, that would, yeah. Okay.
But, I'm glad we didn't get hit. That was nice. I only have one body.
So,
you can split this into lots of things.
Them? Do you think they'd enjoy scritches? Like a tummy rub, or...
What's a scritch?
Jack's going to demonstrate. She's going to scritch Slim.
Scritch. Slim is very confused, but goes with it.
That's like claw on glass sound. Claw.
It's worse
Yeah,
than the squelches.
The reverberations in the glass make the slime mold kind of tremble because of the vibrations.
This is enjoyable.
I'm learning what fun is. And so I would like to, during this 10-minute ritual cast, have a little bit of a wander down to where the previous beastie came from, and just have a look just to make sure that there's nothing else chasing it.
Okay. As you're kind of glancing, does anyone go with Slim? Charlotte, Alex? Sorry, Stuart?
Sure, I'll go.
I'll follow the group. I'll go with.
Okay. Rob is standing protectively near Sarik and kind of looking at the rest of you. He's like, hey, don't go too far. Gotta stay as a group. Splitting the party.
We're just going over there. We'll stay within
It's
eyesight.
okay, Sarik. I'll leave some other rats with you. They'll keep you safe.
Don't let them touch me though. They'll like.
Oh wait, no, they'd die, wouldn't they? Oh, I thought you were being rude about the rats. Never mind. That's very considerate.
No.
Thank you.
I love the rat. My cousin is married to a rat. I love him, but
oh, I love that. Oh, how cute.
Yeah.
This is
just I like to
bringing
warn
me
people ahead of time, just so
a
that they
whole
know
new
not
love
to
of
like.
grung. As Rob is standing protectively over Sarik, and the three of you, well, minus a few rats, go walking the 90 or so feet down the thoroughfare. It's another set of buildings still run down. You see the small pathway between the buildings that boulder tail forced its way through, and you see just a lot of the stone has been painted to look like better, more expensive stone. You see where the dyes and the paints have been scraped off by that armored hide, those nodules and spikes along the side of it, where the tail kind of pushed up against. And you look, and the pathway between the buildings ends at another decorative series of planters. Two of them have been pushed and broken aside, and there is this mangled tree line just another 30 or 40 feet beyond it. Trees have been trampled and stepped aside, obviously where this animal has crashed through. You don't see anything. You're not entirely sure what it was running from.
Oh no.
Yes, the DM brought out his dice. Be afraid. Be very
That dice
afraid.
sounded heavy. I don't like it.
It's when he follows it with interesting. That's
well,
what
it is
worry.
interesting because check it out. Charles Akai, thank you very much for the next £50 donation. He's letting me decide how this should affect the party. So we decided before the show began, if you're donating $50 or more, 50 pounds, $50, whatever your local denomination is, the equivalent there, you can decide the Dino Rex Machina. Either help the party or make it more horrific for them. The first one has made it more horrific for them. We're getting to that point. The second one, if the person didn't want to decide, I roll a d20. Odd numbers, it's good. Even numbers, it's bad. So let's find out. That would be an 18. Even numbers, bad. So, the first $100 given to Science and Sorcery today have gone to making this a living hell for the party.
Excellent. Thanks, audience.
Thanks, guys. Love you.
They love you and they love science. All three of you investigating that tree line, please make me a perception check.
Yep.
Oh, an 8. Oh, come on. I have +6. How have I got an 8? Bad
It's all right.
druid.
I got a 7, so.
Oh, God.
19
We're the
to
worst
7.
druids ever.
Nice.
I'm too busy kneeling down and doing that thing where it's really badass and they kind of smell and taste the ground and stuff. I'm doing that, but just I'm putting a tendril into the spilled earth from the broken plant pots.
Perfect.
So we have an 8. Sewer, what'd you get?
I got a 12.
Okay. And Jack?
And what was it? An 8.
2 8s and a 12. Cool. They rolled way higher on their stealth checks. Excellent. Yes, I said they. So,
Do you mean the people who are bringing us ice cream?
yes. Absolutely. The vendors that are still hiding on the island are like, look, people, yay! No. So, Sarik, you are deep in that ritual. You're feeling nature around you, and the first 5 minutes seem to go without a hitch. You're beginning about halfway through the ritual to feel pings, feel senses of animals at the far extent of your ability. A few large ones out in the, what feel like large ones, out in the deeper parts of this resort or research station or whatever this abomination of grotesqueness and fakery feels like or is called.
The vibes are not good.
No, they're not good. There's some very not friendly stuff on the periphery of your senses.
Okay.
The three of you are very slowly creeping down that hallway, taking your time, examining, looking around, seeing what it could have been running from.
Trying to, anyway.
And it is a very, very tense 10 minutes.
I like to think that my fishbowl has fogged up. That's why I couldn't see.
Yeah. You do sense that the humidity has risen a bit. There may be a storm coming in. Great for Sarik. Awesome for a slime mold trapped in a glass bowl, except for the whole visual thing. Rat fur? Ooh, okay. But you start to hear bird calls.
Oh.
Chitters coming from the tree line.
Maybe good. Maybe good that we have, some life is coming back. That's something I can work with personally.
It's nicer than silence.
Yes.
A couple of you head down the path and double check, and if a dragonborn could have hackles, they would be slowly rising. He begins looking around, hearing that call. And Sarik, right as your ritual ends, getting closer, there are many animals in this area. Sure, there may be 15, 16, possibly 17 species in this station, but there are a hell of a lot more than 17 animals. And as it begins to end, you look up down the road toward where Jack is sticking her head around the corner, mainly checking on her rats that are with you. When you get that sense of there's a lot, and they're right there. As 5, 6, maybe 7 of these brightly colored birds come rushing out of the tree line.
How big are they?
They're about 2, maybe 3 feet tall. Their tails, from head to tail, just maybe about 6 feet long. Kind of like, honestly, an angry turkey, but brilliantly colored. You're surprised that they blended in so well. And they have taken you by surprise.
Hello.
And I would like everybody to roll for initiative.
Down the road.
So at this point, combat has started. Initiative. If you're using D&D Beyond, click where it says initiative. If you're using hard dice, roll a D20, add your initiative modifier, if any.
My initiative definitely shows that I was standing there waving and saying hello. I got a 6.
Oh my. Okay. Sewer, how about you?
I ended up with a 9.
Okay, so currently the back of the pack is Slim with a 6. Sewer is a 9. Jack, how about you?
An 8.
Okay.
We are rolling hot tonight.
Sarik.
3 druids in a trench coat. I rolled 3.
Do you have a bonus to initiative?
So I rolled 5.
Okay. So bottom of the pack is Sarik. Let me check on Rob here.
Just standing
Rob
around
rolled a
here
6.
admiring the scenery.
Yeah, Rob rolled a 6 plus 4 is 10. So he's currently leading you all at a whopping 10. Now let's see what the pack of Swift Claws, i.e. Velociraptors, are getting.
Clever people.
18, 14, 15. They are okay. They have that plus on initiative. Yeah, they're all moving in front of all of you. There are 6 of them.
Cool.
This is where things get problematic. The way I'm envisioning the scene, and please correct me if I'm wrong if you think your character is elsewhere. Because again, everybody watching at home, I usually don't use battle maps for streams. This is theater of the mind. It puts a little bit more fear and impulsiveness on the players in the audience, because you have to imagine this group of 6 velociraptors, not the Jurassic Park kind, because those were more Deinonychus, but feathered, quite beautiful looking animals rushing toward them, these clicking claws beginning to grab onto the really, really poorly designed stone pathway. So I'm assuming, Slim, you were the one closest to them because you were busy tasting and attempting to investigate.
Probably, yeah.
Sewer, would you be, say, in the middle as Jack was going and checking around the corner?
Yeah, probably. He's
Okay,
probably like cowering a little bit there.
So he would have Slim, then Sewer, Jack, and then around to the corner, Rob and Sarik. So the first target, naturally, unfortunately, will be you, Slim. You are the closest, and you're kind of standing there going, hi. The first 2 that are striking out are attempting... it's a very interesting move that they're doing. They are running at you, and they close that distance rather quickly. But that last 5 feet, they leap and are trying to latch their claws into that metallic... Yay! Scritches!
I know what this is.
Oh, okay. Right. Does anyone want to donate $50 to help the party right about now? Because first one, let's see. They are attacking first with claws. Does a 12 hit?
No.
Okay. Does a 27 hit?
Yes.
Okay, and I rolled a 20 on the die, so that is a critical.
Cool.
On critical hits,
great.
the damage dice are doubled. And this is where things get nasty. Thankfully, they only have a D4. But both claws do hit. So that is 14 points of damage. Piercing damage specifically. As one of them leaps, lands its claws into your chest, and begins pushing you back. It's flapping its wings, trying to steady itself.
Bad scritches!
Oh, definitely bad scritches. And because of its movements, and because of its fluttering more or less on your chest and in your face, you feel that your movement has been reduced. Until you get this small bird-like reptile off you, your movement is reduced by 15 feet. As it's trying to knock you down.
Out of game, I have actually been attacked by a parrot before, and it does reduce your speed by about 15 feet.
Oh yeah, no, they're gross.
Yeah.
Sewer, the next two are coming straight at you.
Yep.
Oh, that's not good at all. Does a 10 or 11 hit?
This is armor.
Yeah, so your armor class.
My armor class is at 12.
Okay, so 1 manages to snag into you. At least the damage won't be as bad.
Yeah.
So that will be 10 points of damage. I rolled a little high on that D4.
Yeah, that pretty much that takes me out.
What? No.
I've got 10 constitution.
No, not your constitution. It would be your hit points in the top right
My
hand
hit
side.
points. I'm sorry, it has been
It's
a
okay.
long time.
No, it's fine.
Yeah, that puts me down to 20 out of 30.
Oof.
So
yeah, I was gonna
I'll
say
add
your
that
third,
to
your 5th level. You should have more than 10 hit points.
Yeah, I was like, wait.
Dear God.
Sorry.
It also has latched on and is beginning to flutter. You too feel that you're that this is it's trying to hold on and to stop you from moving. The other one is chipping, nipping and calling at the one just clutched to your chest. So your speed is also reduced by 15 movement. And the third pair are coming right at you, Jack.
Great.
And okay, does a 14 and an 18 hit?
The 18 does, the other one doesn't.
Okay. So the 18 comes at you. That is 2 plus 7, which will be 9 points of damage. Okay. And it has also latched onto you, and same thing, your movement has been reduced by 15 feet. So each of you has one clawing and flapping in your face, and the other one kind of nipping at your lower limbs. And that comes into the initiative order of Rob. He hears this, and let's see, he doesn't have the total movement. He can only move a total of 60 when he's dashing. He's just getting to the corner, running at just a dead sprint to try and get to you. And that's him. Sewer, you're up. With Jack, you're on deck.
Cool. I am gonna try to throw a firebolt at this one that is attacking me currently, like on my chest.
Okay.
I figure it's pretty flammable, what with all the feathers and etc. And it's not like I can draw my bow while it's on my chest.
No, not really. And you would be at severe disadvantage trying to do a missile attack. So roll to attack.
There we go. Okay. I hit the effect box or the hit box?
It would be the 2-hit DC box.
Okay, great. Sorry, it has been so long since I've played using like this system.
Oh, it's totally fine.
Chris,
how dare you?
Oh no, what happened? Donated another
Once
50
more.
pounds. This is more velociraptors.
No, not more.
Okay, I got an 18.
Oh, 18 totally hits. Roll that damage.
Fantastic.
Pew pew. Yeah, absolutely. You just what does your firebolt look like?
My firebolt is 2d10.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So roll that damage next to firebolt. And when you cast the spell, what does a firebolt coming from your half elf look like? Like is it fire? Is it more like
I hurl a mote of fire at a creature within range. So I basically am holding fire in my hand and just like try to throw it at this thing on my chest, but manage it.
Okay. What was your damage?
I give 13 damage.
Oh Jesus. So you just completely both hurting and terrified of this thing flapping in your face as it's actually actively trying to push you onto the ground and bite at your face. You slam your hand into its chest, wedging it back and engulf it in fire. And there is that blistering smell of charring feather and meat as it erupts in flames and starts flapping, trying to put itself out. This thing is looking hurt.
Smells like chicken.
It does actually smell quite a bit like chicken.
For Slim.
And it's not singed. It is crisped. It is holding on now more out of preservation than attack and anger. It's near death from that single charring. Nicely done.
Thank you.
Jack,
You're
how about
less
you?
pathetic than he seems, I promise.
There's a velociraptor stuck to you, and another one trying to nip at you and trying to do something horrible.
Okay, which part of Jack's body is the velociraptor like gripping onto?
Kind of like, since you were turned around, kind of like your shoulder arm. You could pretty easily grab it and pull it off if need be, or like attack it in a way. You're not restrained or really grappled.
Okay, that's fine.
It's just on you.
Okay. Well, I'm going to turn around to the velociraptor and be like, now for my next trick, and then pop a poison spray at it.
Oh, shit!
So could you, if you could do a con save, I think it is, to see whether it takes the damage.
They're not good at con. Well, let's say no. I rolled a 7.
Okay, yeah, it doesn't make that. So
Yeah,
that
no.
takes the 2d12, which is 11 poison damage.
Okay. You just spray it again. What does a poison spray look like coming from Jack?
Jack just goes, "Oof." Like blowing a kiss, but it burns. Yeah, it just regurgitates a bunch of acid. It's all the wood chips from earlier from the ship. Like,
Jack casts
Wood
acid
chips.
Thorn
reflux.
damage as well.
Wood chips soaked in acid.
So it's
yeah.
this mixture of wood chips and arcane, natural toxins pulled from the air itself just spray onto this animal, and it's in its mouth, it's in its nostrils, it's just beginning to gag and choke, still latched on, but also looking really bad. Again,
So
it's
use
starting
the bonus
to
action as well.
the
So-
two. Yes.
Out of game fun science fact, speaking of wood chips soaked in acid, when you put a haddock superclythrum into 0.4 molar hydrochloric acid, it looks like a soggy wood chip. I know this because I do it all the time.
Love that.
Stable
That's so fucking
isotopes.
cool. That is so rad.
Yeah, just soggy wood chips. Squishy little boys.
Delightful.
I like that.
Squishy little dudes.
All right, back in game.
Yeah, could I also use my bonus action to wild shape?
Yes, by all means. What are you wild shaping into?
Do I have permission to turn into a direwolf?
Yes, absolutely. They are the proper
Big puppy.
combat rating. Yeah. So underneath,
Is it like a
this now-
slightly ratty big dog? Or is it just a pure big dog?
Yeah, it's like a huge wolf, but it's got like a rat tail.
Oh God. It's like a big wolf, little bit of mange.
She's beautiful.
Beauty and she's grace.
That is
Maybe she's born with it. Maybe it's wild shape.
Maybe she's born with it. Maybe it's mites.
So I'm actually going to make a dexterity save for this one velociraptor that is stuck to you, because as this 7-foot-tall rat drops to all fours and completely its muscles and skeletal aspect, everything about its anatomy shifts, it's going to see if it can even hold on. Okay. No. It absolutely doesn't. It has a dex of 20. It is +5. And I rolled a 1. So, as your fur begins to slicken with that outer coat and the denser, the denser fur underneath, that interior coat begins to form, and your skin flexes. Its talons are just unlatched, and it slips off you kind of with a and lands on the ground. The other one that's with it just looks at it and looks at you, very confused. Kind of cocks its head the way a raven would go, what the hell? And yeah, so with your bonus action, you sprayed poison into the face of a velociraptor, and now you're a direwolf. Nice. Slim, you have a velociraptor on you, and one's trying to bite your legs.
Yeah,
What
the
are you
last
doing?
couple of minutes have been a real, like, steep learning curve in my understanding of scritches.
Yes.
And so I would like to try and put some of that learning into practice and say, scritches! And I'm going to use my class-specific channel divinity for my nature cleric.
God.
And I'm going to charm animals and plants. So as an action, I can use my channel divinity to cause every animal or plant, beast or plant creature that I can see within 30 feet to do a wisdom saving throw, DC 14, and be charmed by me. And so the way this manifests is I go, scritches! And then tentacles are coming out all of my finger holes, and just like anime like squelching out in a kind of web of tendrils of slime mold, and kind of trying to like get into the kind of nostrils and eyes and ears of these angry birds.
Holy
Wow.
shit.
That is an image.
If I knock over my
finger
vape,
hole.
I'm like, shit, I said
That's
it's
where
like,
my brain kind of stopped. I just said finger holes. I was like, oh my
Yeah,
god.
I
Well, because they don't have hands, they have like an arm that just ends, and there's some holes that tendrils can come out like little fingers.
okay. It makes more sense now that you explain it.
yeah. So within 30 feet,
Yes,
Okay.
every beast or plant creature within 30 feet.
that will cover all 6. Yeah, that gets just about that'll be from the edge where the 2 are trying to eat Jack to about the tree line. So that's all 6 of them of my beautiful dinosaurs are now possibly going to be charmed. And it's a DC 14 wisdom saving throw.
Yes, please.
Okay, they suck. Let's see. That's a fail. That's a fail. That's a fail. A fail. A fail. And a save. So, working from the front to the back, the first 5, the 2 with Slim, the 2 with Sewer, and 1 with Jack, all failed, and they immediately just go and turn towards Slim.
So I
The
think
other
the
one
one that's on my chest has gone from like attacking me to just kind of I'm kind of cradling it.
Yeah, it was latched in. You feel it relax, and it's just like, and
It's nice
kind
to
of
meet you.
is wrapping its wings, not really around you, but kind of settling these flapping claws kind of onto your shoulders.
Ah, see, this is how we do scritches.
The 6th one looks very perturbed. It's
It's
calling
a very
out.
reasonable response.
You see it calling out, and just this kind of bird-like trill. The other 5 are not answering. And that comes to Sarik. Unless you're taking a bonus action, Slim.
No, I think I'm good for now.
Okay.
I'll probably try and like walk back kind of towards the group, carrying one of my velociraptors. Just to kind of, make us a bit less spread out.
So, ladies and gentlemen in the audience, this is what's called player agency, and that always screws with a dungeon master. Sarik, there is...
Should have never given us class features.
Right. There is a horrific noise coming from around the corner. Rob has run off. The rats are quick scurrying along the wall toward the ruckus, and there's a sound of bird calls and chaos, and suddenly this bad scritches and then scritches, and it all kind of stops. It was 6 seconds of just chaos and now calm. except one angry chirping noise from around the corner.
Okay. So how far away exactly are they?
Just about 90 feet.
Okay. Well, I can't walk that far. I'm just a little guy.
What you with Grung, you can leap.
Good
And
point.
the you can also dash, which is using your action in order to double your movement.
Yeah, I'm going to, if I can find what tab I put this in. How far can I leap? That's a great question.
Your long jump is 25 feet.
Okay.
So you can leap and then begin your movement, and you'll be just about at the corner, right about where Jack was standing and is now a large wolf.
Will I be able to
That was
see
weird.
what's going on at the end
You'll
of that?
be able to just peek around the corner.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and do that. I'm gonna go ahead and leap and walk, and then like ribbit around the corner and kind of try and see what's happening. So now I can like see. So what's this? Where are all the Velociraptor things?
So one of
Four
them,
of
as
them
you
are
kind of
do.
as you peek around the corner, and Rob is right there, and he has his sword out, and he was angry. Now he's very confused. There are two of these 6-foot-long reptilian-like birds. One of them is being cradled lovingly in the arms of Slim, as two others are beginning to approach him very calmly, like tails, moving back and forth as they walk up. Another one is busy sliding its way off of Sewer and also approaching Slim. And there's a sixth one standing next to the now direwolf, calling angrily and repeatedly at the other 5.
Okay. I think I've kind of I can see what's going on here, even though I don't understand what's going on here. And I need to deal with that last one and I know we can't hurt them, so I think I'm going to send a stinking cloud at it, which is my fun stinky frog druid prepped.
You have a fart attack?
I have a fart attack. Yes.
Are you gonna fart on all of
checking.
us?
No.
Well, it is
so-
a 20-foot radius sphere.
Does that encompass everyone?
Does Sarik have IBS?
It was because the
Listen.
mop bucket water wasn't very clean, and so it's playing havoc with Sarik's
It's how frogs are the first to feel the effects of climate change. I get everything.
They're the
all
first to feel the effects
toxins
of a
in my
bad
skin.
burrito.
Yeah.
If you target directly, if you center the sphere on the angry turkey near you, it will absolutely encompass most of this walkway up until just about Slim and 20 feet into the thoroughfare. You realize that. You don't want to choke everybody out. So you can aim it about 19 feet away and have just the edge of it choke out this one colorful snarling turkey at your feet.
What I'm going to go ahead and do.
Okay. Let's see. I think I have to make a Constitution saving throw against the poison.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's normally stinking cloud. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, Constitution, yeah.
Ooh. No, never mind. Yeah, that was a 9, and they don't have a con bonus. So, darn. That last one sees you approach, takes a very defensive stance, and then just starts kind of doing that I'm feeding a baby bird thing, but just as this waft of noxious yellow cloud just begins to envelop it, and it is flapping. It's just it's kind of a really horrible sight.
It's the noise that every
of-
pet owner doesn't want to hear late at night. The,
Oh,
like,
100%. It's like a bird. It's a bird version of when the cat hops up onto your pillow and goes, wah, wah. Yeah, it's like not a good. It's very bad. By the way, if anybody has a gag reflex that's watching, I'm sorry, you were warned at the top of the show.
I think the wood chip vomit would probably have done it for them, to be fair.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there is that. It's busy throwing up. The other 5 are like,
a night out.
"Hi, fishbowl."
Wow.
That is when you hear the chirping and calls from the tree line just outside of the charm. Definitely outside of the stinking cloud. Thank you, Chris, by the way, for donating $50 when you said more velociraptors, because here they are. 4 more of them. Now that you're expecting these things, they don't really have a surprise on you, but they are warily sitting just at the edge of the tree line, kind of waiting, it looks like. They're trying to ascertain what you're all doing. They have not entered combat yet, but they look like they really want to. What are you all doing? Because you have about a minute until the charm spell on the... it's about a minute before the charm spell and the stinking cloud dissipates.
Okay.
I'm going to turn to the new ones and say hello. And try to use my shepherd druid kind of communicating with animals ability to kind of try and just be very welcoming and be like, oh, we're friends. Are these your friends?
You immediately get 4 different distinct feelings of food, 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 food.
No, friends!
Sewer, what are you doing in this moment? There are 4 more of these things. Well, 5 of them are clustering around either in the arms of, or 4 more hanging around Slim's feet.
How close are they?
One is choking. The ones at the tree line are about 35 to 40 feet away.
Okay, that doesn't really help me then. I am watching very warily. I might pull out my short swords. I've got a pair of short swords. I will pull those out and have them ready.
Okay, that's good. Jack, you're a wolf. As you turn, the one you wanted to eat is now choking and spitting up in this noxious cloud, and there is a dragonborn and a frog next to you, and all your rats are looking at you both expectantly and, what the hell, Mom?
Mom, not again. I don't know. Could I try and intimidate them?
Oh,
There's
absolutely. And
big old wolf.
Animal versus animal, growl off, 100%. Yeah, give me an intimidation.
Can I assist her by just the general creepiness of this whole situation? That I've got like tendrils of orange goo, like in the facial orifices of all of these velociraptors.
Yes, absolutely. Jack, you can make this intimidation at advantage. So roll it twice. Take the highest.
I got a nat 20.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Holy shit.
Woo!
We'll roll one more time just to see if you get 2 20s in a row. Just because I always want to see that.
That was a 3.
Okay, we'll go with the 20 then.
Thank God.
Yeah, Slim's help was not very helpful.
You're making me less into you're cramping my style here, Slim.
You let out this guttural bark and howl. The one that's currently choking on fumes in front of you just kind of like and retreats into the cloud a little bit more. Honestly, scared. The other 5 turn to you, and Slim, you feel them immediately bristle, not with anger, but like, hey, new friend, help. The other 4, I'm going to roll wisdom saves for. No, I'm going to roll charisma because this is a straight up intimidation off. Let's see. That's a 3, a 17, a 1, and a 9. No, because I'm sorry, feathered reptiles from the Cretaceous period do not have a high charisma.
Despite looking
pretty
fabulous.
Yeah.
Yes.
And unfortunately, thank you for the donation. Fancy velociraptors, 2 of them in this group of 4 seem to have one slightly discolored patch of feathers around their face that almost looks like a monocle. And they have a little bit more of a kind of look to them.
Do they hold their little claws up?
Just the pinky claw.
Yeah, there's one of them's like, oh no, I do not want to deal with this. And but the 4 of them absolutely back off into the tree line. They're not fully recessed into it, but they are definitely wary now. And
okay,
both of you, Sarik and Slim, realize that these magical effects you have these creatures on under will expire probably in the next minute.
I'm gonna turn to the group and turn to Rob and say, if we want to get these new friends back in their home, then we should probably maybe tie them up for now. I know it seems a bit mean, but they're gonna stop being our friends in about 35, 34, about 31 seconds, 30 seconds.
He's like, that's a great idea, and he pulls out just like this thin silken rope, and with your assistance begins to not really lash them together, but tie this large sickle-like claw that's on each of their feet down,
like when lobsters in a restaurant.
Exactly, kind of pinching it down and putting just like a slight top jaw and wrap rope around their mouths. And
as he's doing this, I'm saying to the velociraptors, like, look, it's all okay. We're going to take these off in a bit. It's not going to hurt you. This is just so that, we can get you back home and it'll all be fine.
5 of them are like, the other one's busy vomiting. But yeah, that's okay. The 4 have absolutely...
So like a hen night.
Velocilobster, thanks. Wow.
For next time.
Thanks, I hate it. The other 4, as you're doing this, have receded into... Well, 3 of them have. One of them is very low to the ground. These wings splayed out, hissing.
Ooh.
And you're all like, everyone's kind of, helping Rob tie these up, and you have the other 6 secured. I need to do one roll.
God.
The suspense, honestly.
Yeah. He's not going to see that coming. At the last second, Rob kind of stands up, and he's looking rather pleased with himself, and he looks around the group. And he's just about to open his mouth and then looks. Clever girl. And is slammed to the floor by this 6.5, almost 7 foot tall version of these small feathered animals that you have tied up around you. They begin to scatter. The one on the tree line is low and hissing and pulls back. And these massive claws are stabbing into the prone form of Rob as he is howling in pain. These huge wings beating as this massive animal has clawed into him, latched on, pushed him down, and is systematically beginning to slam its tooth-filled mouth over and over again into him. And that's where we are going to take our first break. As the Doom Claw,
how does it taste?
The Deinonychus has arrived. Thanks to that third $50 donation.
Wow.
You guys really want this party to die. I get it. However, I'm facing 3 druids and a ranger who also happens to be a shepherd cleric. This is difficult. I'm trying, man.
Well, you guys are just gonna have to put more money in.
Yeah, you're just gonna have to donate more for me to successfully kill at least 2 members of this party.
Anyone but Rathu. Please not Rathu.
Rathu he will survive the island 100%, even if he has to swim in the ocean on a piece of flotsam all the way back to land.
He's a good boy.
Donate now to save Rathu. Y'all, I have been enjoying this so much from behind the scenes. You're incredible. I'm gonna let all of you head off for now and bother the audience for the next 10-ish or so minutes. But yeah, feel free to head off. Sam, please take our lovely guests off screen, let them stretch their legs, and we'll see them in a moment. All right, and then there was one. Everyone who's watching, I hope you've been enjoying it as much as I have been. Thank you so much to everyone who's donated so far. We're currently at £234, which means we've got a ways to go to reach our goal of £633. I will inform Trevor when he gets back that Chris will donate $1,000 if he throws in a colossal lobster. I will very quickly go homebrew that in a moment. But please remember, anyone who donates is immediately automatically entered into our giveaway. Go to co-fi.com/science and sorcery. Any money helps, even if you've only got a single pound to give. Please donate. We do this because we love D&D, but also to help support charities. We really want to raise some money for these charities, so please go donate. And you might win one of the wonderful postcard sets from Startorialist. Go to shop.startorialist.com. Check them out. Go give them some money once you've donated to our fundraiser. And if we hit our goal of £633, you may be able to help me make the life of 6 people named Sam absolute hell in the Battle Royale in April. That includes our producer, Sam Langford, who bullies me on stream all the time. So please help us reach our goal so that I can throw in a deck of many things or something so that I can kill him. In game, not in real life. Alright, and that was all I had to say during the break, so who wants to hear me play the pan flute again? If we make it to half of our goal before the end of the break, I will not play the pan flute. That is a guarantee. Before Sam starts making jokes about me having had too much wine, I finished the wine, I've moved on to gin. Yeah. Let us know how you feel about science and sorcery as well. Because we love you and we hope you love us. And if you want to be a part of science and sorcery, hit us up. Let us know. On Twitter, you can email us at scienceandsorceryteam@gmail.com. You want to get involved? You want your business to be part of our giveaways? I'm just going to keep talking until everyone gets back. I'm so sorry. Donate now, and I will stop talking. By my silence. Otherwise, I'm just going to keep going. I will keep going and going. I've run out of things to talk about. God damn it. Someone give me a prompt. Trevor is saying, Chris, by the way, if you're still there, you might be hidden under a pile of cats right now. I don't know. He will work on those stats for a Velociraptor right now if you donate £1,000. Which means all of our charity would get at least $200. Pounds. Whatever. 1,000 of a currency that has meaning. Something that exists, not Zimbabwean dollars. I'm getting suggestions on Twitter to take away Sam's shoes, and he will be helpless without them. Which, you know what? I'm gonna steal his dogs anyway. Might as well steal his shoes while I'm there, too. No one's donated yet. I'm gonna keep talking. So, Science and Sorcery was meant to be a bird-free zone. And instead, here we are, on an island filled with feathered reptiles. As a dedicated member of Team Fish, I'm incredibly disappointed. And definitely will be ensuring that if/when we invite Trevor back on as a player, he dies a horrible, watery death. If you want Trevor to die a horrible, watery death on a future episode of Science and Sorcery, be sure to donate now, and I will make it happen. I love talking to myself. I have no idea if anyone's actually listening. I've run out of things to talk about again. This is bad. Should really come up with something for these breaks. Sam, there you are.
Yeah, well, I've just had I've been away from the computer and I've had people
Okay.
so I've missed some of the context of saying just take away his shoes. Psychom's helpless without them. What's been going on?
I'm going to kill you during the Battle Royale.
No. No.
Do you think you'll win the All Sam Battle Royale? Actually, you know what? That's a good thing to talk about. Why are we doing a Battle Royale, Sam? What's the occasion?
So in April, we're going to be doing a very, very, very long fundraiser for the Royal National Lifeboat Institution in the UK, which will also involve a Science and Sorcery event. So the Royal National Lifeboat Institution, for those who are not in the UK, is an organisation who helps to save people's lives at sea and have been under attack because the UK is a racist shithole island and they've been under attack for saving refugee lives at sea. So they deserve to have money raised for them to continue to do that. So as part of that, we'll be doing an all-Sam Science and Sorcery one-shot, which is going to be absolute fucking chaos. And I can't wait for
my
it.
god, it's... Yep. We were gonna have our veteran Sam Horrell DM it again, but I've instead asked him to be a player. So, early announcement. You know at least 2 of the Sams, because they've been on before. The rest will be announced later. But I will be DMing that. I've got a map figured out. I've got a vague premise for why these Sams are all fighting each other. But if you want to help me throw more chaos into the mix, help get us to our goal. And you too can be involved with Science and Sorcery.
I didn't know that we were all going to be fighting each other.
That's what a Battle Royale is, Sam.
Yeah. Like I understand that, but I didn't feel like that was what we were. Like that was the ultimate point of yeah.
The point is we're gonna find out who is the best Sam. We've just received a donation. The name is #TeamFish. It's £10 and it says, please drown everyone who tries to bring birds into this. I don't know who you are, but I love you.
Why are you lying? That's just you donating under a different email address.
I can't donate under a different email address because my PayPal only links to one email address, Sam. Unlike some people who donate to one Ko-Fi account for a thing they're involved in from another Ko-Fi account.
I bet he was Alex Evans who's donated under the Team Fish.
Oh, probably.
Yeah, just to mess with you.
You know what? I'm gonna check my email because my email tells me the actual name of the person.
Well, don't
it is
announce
not.
Don't-
It is
don't-
not. No, I'm not gonna reveal who it is.
Yeah, don't
But
announce. That's
thank you.
GDPR. That's GDPR.
Yeah. I'm not gonna announce the name, but thank you. We appreciate it. And I'm adding you to our wonderful spinny wheel of picking who gets to win prizes. There's a better name for that.
Spinny wheel of picking who donates prizes is really, really catchy. And when we go back off, I'm gonna go and make some graphics surrounding that.
Yeah. Thank you, Sam. I'm so glad you weren't here earlier when it was just me staring into space during the break because I forgot what I was trying to say.
If anyone wants to see what I have been up to at the beginning, for folks who don't know, I just sit here kind of listening in and making Canva graphics and having a fun time whilst getting drunk. I've literally just opened a bottle of rum. That's where this night is going. I'm gonna take both of us off screen and show you a rap album that's coming out. There is lo-fi beats to study to from Slim coming. That might need to be talked about in the second half. And yeah, life does find a way. That's how I've been spending my time. What time are we getting started again?
I did not check what time we went on break.
Around
Soon.
8 minutes past. Yeah.
Yeah. We'll be back soon, people. But once again, donate now to Buy My Silence.
You don't need to buy mine. I'm disappearing.
Any amount of money, I will stop talking as soon as all the players have confirmed in our private chat that they are ready to go. All right, 3, 4, 3. I mean 5. My excuse is that it is late, and I've been drinking again. All right, just waiting on final player confirmation. As it stands right now, we are 38% of the way to our goal. Honestly, people, I'm disappointed in you. I know there's more than people watching than have donated. Maybe everyone's a bit tight for cash this month. That's possible. But if you can donate even a single penny, we would appreciate it. We will be splitting all of the donations between the charities we're supporting, so every little helps. All right, I think we're all here. Yep, looks like we're all here. I'm gonna hand back over to Trevor in that case, and we'll see how many more velociraptors get added.
Well, unfortunately, the other velociraptors have been terrified. Yeah, they're running. The thing that's in front of you now is what Jurassic Park should have called them. They are the Deinonychus, the huge, massive, terrifying, sickle-toed, teeth full, just mouth. This thing is ripping Rob apart. If you're just joining us, welcome to Science and Sorcery. My intrepid band of 4 players here have journeyed to the Isle of Cretas to put, very bluntly, a bunch of dinosaurs back in their cages. However, a series of 10 velociraptors have come out of the tree line. 4 of them have retreated back. 6 of them were either charmed or stinking clouded into submission and have been tied up and pretty much incapacitated. Friendly and humanely, of course. They're still alive, don't worry. And as they were finishing doing that, Rob, the accent dodgy Dragonborn looked up and went, clever girl, and got slammed to the ground by a much larger feathered version of these smaller 6 feet long turkeys and more of this large, almost 7 feet tall one. This is a very large animal. It is ripping your ranger guide apart. You can do one action before this either turns on him more or turns on all of you.
Sorry, is someone going to go?
Sarik, you had your hand up. Let's go.
I have a question.
I have an answer.
Wild shape.
Yes.
Any beast I've seen.
Any beast you've seen that is within a certain, what's called a certain challenge rating. In this case, I do believe it will be 1/2. So something like something pretty decent, like a crocodile, large dire wolf, things like that.
Okay,
Unfortunately,
so I can't just turn into an OG T-Rex.
No. That's way above. And the Velociraptors. I'll give you Dungeons and Dragons fans out there. These are not your normal run-of-the-mill monster manual dinosaurs because they are stupid and boring and do not act like dinosaurs would. These are my own creations that are going to be released in the upcoming 5th edition campaign setting by Atlas Games called Plangea, which is a primeval stone punk game that I helped design the dinosaurs for. So these aren't your normal everyday things. These are living, breathing recreations stat-wise that very easily can kill an entire party, as one's probably about to do. Yep. So you can, Sarik, wild shape. Sorry for that segue. You can wild shape into something like a crocodile, a dire wolf, a bear, something along those lines. But an old school T-Rex or even one of the Velociraptors, they seem a little outside of your ken right now.
Okay. Although I will say, if someone donates 50 pounds.
If someone donates 50 pounds, I will start a timer right now. If someone donates 50 pounds within the next 30 seconds, as long as it takes to do a PayPal transaction, Sarik will channel her wild shape abilities and turn into a motherfucking T-Rex.
Make it rain teeth.
We just got 100% of the goal, so.
I'm sorry?
Whoa. Like, yeah, that just happened.
Lobster from Chris.
For the Velociraptor.
Wow.
Thank you so much, Chris.
Amazing.
People, I'm sorry. I know I said I was going to cry if we didn't hit the target, but I might cry now. Chris, Chris is also one of our Patreon supporters. He let me name his cats when I was a stranger on the internet. He's one of my favorite human beings in the world. Also a badass tank mechanic who's helping Ukrainian rebels. So, Chris, we love you. Thank you so much for letting us hit the target. Trevor, I don't know what you want to do with this, because Chris is rooting for you to kill the party.
Oh no, this
Chris
is absolutely fucking around and finding out.
I'm sorry, I'm so shocked.
I have such mixed feelings. Obviously, I'm really happy that we're getting loads of money for these amazing charities.
We're about to be.
Come on, man! What the fuck?
In all fairness, I right at the end of the break donated 50 pounds. One, to share the love among these other charities, and not just the one I'm playing for, but also just to tone it down just a slight bit, because holy crap, one, Deinonychus is bad. The pack that's behind this one is worse. And I was dead serious in saying if we get another 50-pound donation in the next 30 seconds, Sarik, the Grung Druid, the aggressively bisexual frog beastie.
A little guy.
Just the little guy. Actually, a her.
He's going to become a big guy.
The little guy. And not only has that been met, but Chris, in your lovely loveliness with your $500 donation, yes, you will be getting a shitty Velocilobster later on in the adventure. But right
I
now,
wanted to turn into the Velocilobster.
as this feathered beast, its claws flexing and unflexing as these sickle claws, these talons, these curved, disgusting looking blades on its feet are flexing and slicing deep into your dragonborn beast warden, this keeper, this person that was supposed to guide you. It's just razor sharp teeth ripping down on it. And then 2 more heads of these same animals slowly loping into view. The small frog, 3.5 feet tall, takes her quarterstaff and throws it to the ground
Small frog.
and croaks out this, well, fuck this scene then, and summons the magic of nature around, being pissed off at this fake, horrific, just shitty environment of plants and animals that should not be trapped in this research station on this island, and feels the actual nature vibes coursing into her. And at first, scales begin to harden and a tail begins to grow and then a toothy maw, and everyone's like shocked and looking. It's like, wow, she can wild shape. We've got a wolf. Now we've got a crocodile. It's getting bigger. And instead of being a quadruped, it begins to force these large, bestial, theropod-like feet. These 3 claws in the front, a claw in the back, massive, almost crunch the stone underneath it. The tail lengthens. The whole frame, instead of this bipedal, strange frog, begins to slowly lower like it's on a hinge point. The mouth growing out to 4.5, almost 5 feet long, filled with banana-sized serrated teeth. 40 feet long. Animal. Pushing well in excess of probably 9 tons. 13 feet tall at the hips.
Yeah.
Fills this pathway between the buildings and lets out this bellow. It's not a roar. It's more of this deep thrumming that rattles through the floor and the buildings.
Slight side note, wasn't there research that actually analyzed the larynx of tyrannosaurids and found that they most likely made sort of quacking sounds?
There are, strangely, also recent endocasts of Triceratops ears have noticed that they also respond to incredibly low frequency noises.
Oh.
Possibly to communicate with themselves, possibly as a predator avoidance situation. I'm going with the latter, and so it's a very deep rumbling. You know how crocodiles can bellow in water.
Sure.
I'm going that route. It does end in a little bit of a
just like when the crocodile
inside that just like escapes at the end. It's just like
yeah.
And just like with how the water dances around the crocodiles when they rumble to each other.
Yeah.
Slim's goo is kind of slightly in the bowl.
So the 3 of you just saw this noxious cloud summoning frog turn into the most terrifying beast you have ever. Dragons can go fuck themselves at this point, because you are face to cloaca of this monstrous 13 foot tall at the hip, animal with a mouth that looks like it could bite through a cow. Sewer, what are you doing at this point? Frog went by Rexco Burr.
Rexco Burr, yeah. To be honest, it's probably only fair that I would be like gaping at the Rexco Burr at that whole scenario happening. I would probably be completely distracted from whatever attack I was mounting against the Dinosauric.
Actually, this is where things get shitty. Go ahead and give me all three of you. Give me, where was it on this stat block of this lovely animal in Plaingia I call the Death Walker. Oh, there it is. Everybody, please make me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, good.
For those unfamiliar with D&D Beyond, in the top left-hand corner, you'll see a little thing called saving throws directly under your name. Click on the one that says wisdom.
24.
Me too.
Yes.
I only got a 13.
Okay.
Oh no, he's not a wise person.
No, I'm very wise. I just rolled like dog shit. I think
Defend.
the phrase "face to cloaca" was not something I was really prepared for.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sarik, not you, because you're the one that's roaring.
Oh, for fuck's sake, because I just rolled a 21.
I'm saving that for your next roll because D&D Beyond has hated you.
Yeah.
I'll save that.
Okay, thank you.
I got a fucking 9, so that's nothing.
Okay, so Jack with a 24, Sewer with a 9, and Slim with a 13. Rob is a little bit incapacitated at this moment, so I'm not going to roll for him. The 6 velociraptors you have incapacitated are already gone. 1, by the Deinonychus showing up. 2, fuck that scene. Now the 3 Deinonychus, however, okay, 1 makes it with a natural 20. The other 2 do not. The one that is currently eating Rob looks back and kind of trills angrily in response. The other 2 fuck off. They are gone. This frog, wolf, humanoid, and fishbowl have turned into fishbowl, humanoid, wolf, and tyrannosaur. Right. At this point, it is definitely time to roll initiative. Sarik, you have a when it is your turn, you have a bite attack and a tail attack. Just roll a d20. I will let you know what all the modifiers are.
Okay.
Let's see. So we have Jack with a 14. Slim?
A big 8.
Okay. Sewer?
9.
Is your initiative?
Oh, no, that was my wisdom check.
Oh, yeah. I need an initiative, please.
Yep, it is rolling currently.
Okay.
The dice is just rolling and rolling and rolling and rolling.
It's like going super slow. I don't know why.
Yeah, it happens. Sometimes D&D Beyond hates people.
Hell yeah. My initiative roll is 17.
Damn!
Look at that.
So you're the 17. Jack with the 14. Sarik, how about you?
Is this a new one or can I use that one I just rolled?
Yeah, no, we'll use the 21 because that's going to be rad.
Yeah.
And Slim, I'm sorry, what was yours?
Go.
8.
Slim, it's okay. We'll carry you.
The sole remaining eating your Dragonborn. I gotta check that. I have to check his stat. What's his initiative bonus? Is only +1. Damn. Because he is currently engaged with the target. So he is moving in at a 20, immediately behind the T-Rex. Darn it. Hoping to jump that for a second. I'm like, that's a 19. Ah, fuck. So, extremely large and terrifying non-avian dinosaur. What are you doing?
Who, me?
So your standard actions would be either a you can make 2 attacks.
Okay.
Either you have 3 total to choose from: a bite, a slam, or a tail attack. The slam is literally its head. So you're either biting something, whipping your head at it, or slamming your tail into it. 2 of those 3 things.
I'm gonna go with the power of the booty and slam my tail. Would do that
Okay.
whip.
Give me a simple D20 roll, please.
No, not to, how do not send to everyone. Yes. But
Yeah, send to everyone's fine.
I just I rolled 2 accidentally. Ignore that. Or take it.
What did you get? Let's see.
It was a 15 plus a 13. I can roll
okay.
again.
Well, the 15 was first. That's
Yeah.
okay. Your tail is plus 17 to hit. So yeah, your tail slams into this. Please roll 4 8-sided dice, because the damage on this is 48 plus 9. Oof. Yeah. So, oh dear God.
11.
Okay. Plus 9 is 20. Your tail goes slamming into this large feathered beast that is currently on top of Rob, and it has to make a strength saving throw. Oh shit, it may have made it. Come on, Dynona. Did you? No, you missed it by 2. It is thrown off of Rob and just lands in a heap next to him on the ground, totally prone, stunned out of its mind, going, what just hit me? What is going on? You have 1 additional attack if you'd like to take it.
Okay, what else is all around us again? Just to check.
Just it, because the other 2 ran away from you.
They all pieced out.
Yeah, they're about 45 feet away, but are turned around and going the other way.
Okay. I mean, my killer instincts are curb stop it, but I'm not going to do that because I know we can't harm the things beyond, comprehension. This is all self-defense in case our benefactor is watching. So I'm just going to let it chill, be prone, hang out. I'm done.
Sure. You do that. It is still angry. It will use half its movement to get up. And it has a choice. It's looking at you and it's looking at Rob. It's looking at you. It's looking at Rob. It's looking at you. And it will attempt to pounce on you. Let's see. Your armor class as this gigantic death beast is 16. And it is going to try and land on you. It can't push you prone, but it can at least hold on and try to do something nasty. Neither of those hit because, wow, these dice are garbage. Sorry. That's DM getting mean now. So yeah, it leaps. It tries to just clasp on to this now thickened reptilian scaly hide that you have. And you just twitch slightly and it slides off and it is bruised. It looks a little hurt, but it looks like it can still kind of take more of a beating. And then it turns, and the next person next to it is Sewer. What are you doing?
What am I doing?
Sewer is up, and Jack, you're on deck.
Sewer, I've got both my swords in my hands.
Yep.
Yeah, which is not going to be super helpful because I got my swords in my hands. Shouldn't have done that. But it is what it is. I might look at my spells again and see if I can do something there. The firebolt went really well. To be honest, I might try that again if we still need to beat this guy up a little bit, so
Yeah,
that
that's a
he
cantrip.
stops murdering us.
Yeah, you can
Yeah.
cast that at will.
Fantastic. I'm gonna do that again.
Okay.
So sorry, my dice roller is like so slow for some reason. It's going in like slow motion every time.
It's just extra drama. It's adding to the
Yeah, it
tension.
really is. It really is. Maybe more. Maybe a little too much drama. Actually, maybe. Holy shit.
It's at this point where
I just rolled a nat 18, which means my firebolt to hit is 24.
Holy crap. Yeah, that nails it because it has a natural armor class. It's like muscle and scale and feather. It has a natural armor class of 16. You killed that on the roll. So yeah, give me that 2d10. Throw that
I'll go for that.
firebolt damage. And let's see how bad the Deinonychus or the Doomclaw gets smeared here. Because it's already taken a tail to the face for 20.
Oh wow, one of those dice just landed on 0. Wow, 11.
Yeah, which is 10.
Yeah, which is 10. Oh, cool. 11. All right, it's taken 31 at this point. Wow. Looking a little beat up at this point. Still standing. Absolutely still standing. The size is a lot larger than the other ones. The other one where you hit it in the chest and it kind of engulfed it and nearly killed it. This one, you throw that firebolt and it hits it in the same spot and it kind of sparks and burns some of the feather away and it reacts and kind of kicks a little, its head moving as its tail swings around, trying to get away from the fire, but then it just kind of moves back up. It's feathers singed up, angry, and definitely still alive. Do you have a bonus action you would like to use?
I do not believe I have a bonus action. Maybe I'm wrong. Am I wrong?
That is correct. You do not, unless you, since you are also a planar warrior, you can designate a creature that if you hit it with a weapon attack, you can do an additional D8, and that would be a melee weapon attack. So one of your swords or a strike.
Yeah. Okay, I'll do that. I'll designate the die. Oh my gosh, I can never pronounce it.
Doomclaw is good.
The Doomclaw. You know what I'm talking about. I can read it. I can't pronounce it.
Deinonychus, depends on what emphasis you put on which syllable.
Yes, precisely.
Right on. Jack the Direwolf. Hi.
Okay.
Frog is turned into a T-Rex. Rob is unconscious, bleeding to death, and the weird, very big turkey lizard is dazed, bruised, and somewhat singed, and standing right next to you.
I mean, yeah, I would do whatever a direwolf would do to express surprise, which I kind of envision would be a bit like Scooby-Doo, and just be like,
Maggie? Blocker?
Reek? Rhinosaur?
Reek, you're a rhinosaur!
Rex, Reek. Anyway, let's just gonna get her.
Oh, this has gone to hell.
And then she's gonna, jaw back off the floor. She's gonna attempt a bite attack on the angry turkey, hoping to knock it prone and maybe not kill it, so we could then look at possibly tying it up. So I'm going to attempt a bite attack, which is, I think it's a 17. That's rolled as, if that hits.
Yeah. And you're going specifically for, wait. You do have a large Tyrannosaur next to you. As a direwolf, you get pack tactics, so you have advantage on your attack roll if you are within 5 feet of an ally. And the fact that most of this pathway is filled with Tyrannosaur, you're definitely within 5 feet of an ally.
Awesome.
So yeah, you can roll that at advantage if you'd like.
Okay, great. I'll roll that again then. That's an 18.
Oh, okay. And then you're +5 on the melee weapon. So yes, that absolutely hits. And you're specifically going for non-lethal bite and hold?
Yeah, just kind of diving for it to try and incapacitate it.
Okay. Go ahead and roll your 2d6 damage anyway. We'll just attribute that to damage toward knocking it out rather than straight up killing it.
Yeah, that's an 8.
Okay, 8 plus 3, because you do get a plus 3 to hit, or a plus 3 damage on that, is 11. So I will put that down. So it's taken 42, 11 of it non-lethal. Right on. Interesting scene here. Unconscious, bleeding dragonborn ranger. Tyrannosaur. Deinonychus. The wolf that was a rat is now holding on to one of its arms, trying to drag it down and pull it prone. It's not happy about that. There's a small part of it that was briefly on fire because of your sorceress half-elf with you. And then it all comes down to the robot with a fishbowl on its head, full of slime.
So
that is the tableau in front of you. Ta-da!
Slim is, he can throw down, but they can throw down. But they are more of a lover than a fighter. So they're gonna throw down with a bonus action. Go throw down a spirit totem. I'm gonna throw down the unicorn spirit totem. So I will deposit some of my kind of slime mold kind of matter, and it'll break off from one of my tendrils. And then it'll form itself and expand upwards into kind of like almost looks like a bad topiary of a unicorn, but in orange slime. It looks more like, Donkey from Shrek with a party hat.
Oh god.
And it and the excellent vibes it gives off are going to mean that the next thing I do is extra helpful. So I'm going to run over to Rob, and I'm going to hit him with a level 1 cure wounds.
Oh, nice.
So that's going to be, I rolled a 1, so that's going to be 4 hit points of healing. And then everyone who is within the magical, beautiful aura of this glorious slimy beast is going to gain hit points equal to my druid level. So 2 hit points to anyone who needs it.
Right on. That's a really wonderful use of that spirit totem. Rob begins kind of choking on his throat that was filling.
The way that I cure his wounds is he wakes up with slimy tentacles in his nostrils and mouth and eyes and ears and stuff, and he wakes up as they're being pulled out of his face, like when Neo wakes up in the Matrix,
God damn it!
I'm thinking this is worse than death.
Wait, what's it sound like though?
Hello.
Hello, welcome back.
He's just choking and gagging away, feeling slightly refreshed, not on the verge of death, but better. So that was your bonus action.
So no, my bonus action was the totem.
And your action was cure wounds.
Yeah.
Cool.
So that's all my stuff.
Let me see where Rob will come into the initiative order here. Not very good, mainly because he was basically almost dead. But that goes back to the top of the order, which is Rexy McFroggo. There is a wolf hanging off the thing that you slapped with your tail.
This just reminds me of when my dog was a puppy and there was a chihuahua hanging off his lip once at the dog park.
Yeah.
It's like, eh.
It's kind of what it looks like.
I'll do death throws with it in a minute.
Yeah. Yeah. So this thing is pretty angy, but also
Technical term.
Yeah,
How you say? Angie?
angy. An angy boy, if you will. We actually don't know its gender, but an angy boy. I'm gonna try. Oh, I have a technical question.
Yes.
In my wild shape, am I still secreting grung poison?
No.
You know what they say?
that-
ABS, always be secreting.
Right. No, you are not secreting, because in wild shape you fully take that. So any of your grung abilities are no longer existent. Instead, you are this very
Oh, I had a great idea, but it won't work. So I need to be secreting.
Is that an action? Can she start secreting?
not so much.
100 pounds, and I will secrete.
You can drop
Again,
your
that's a
wild
different
shape and
website.
secrete if it's really important to you. But as a T-Rex,
No,
unfortunately,
I want to be. I want to be a T-Rex still. No, I just had this idea that if I dip my own teeth in my grung poison, then I
Oh,
can
God.
use it.
Ah,
But no,
allow me to lick myself.
It's like when a dog like chews on their arm.
Unfortunately, no. We can't have the one. There are serrations on Tyrannosaur teeth, and they do have small pits. Whether or not they had a venomous-like bite, as suggested by some large varanids and monitor lizards, we're not entirely sure. But in this case, no, unfortunately. But you can bite the thing pretty much in half if you really
Yeah,
want
I
to.
don't want to do that though, because I know that we can't be just destroying it. So I think I'm just gonna give it a little love tap again.
Okay, with your
like-
face or your tail?
Let's go for the face.
Okay.
Switch it up, yeah.
Yeah, so give me a d20, and again you are plus 17 to hit.
So it's
This is
anything but
where-
in that one, right?
Well, it's a 12, so yeah, that would be a 30. No, sorry, 29. I can add. I mean, honestly, at this point, what? So please roll 4d6
Mm-hmm.
and
D6.
add 9. 4d6.
Add 9.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's a good old 20.
That's a good solid 20. Dear God. Yeah, it's now was that like you want like lethal damage to that, or are you just trying to knock it prone and out?
Just like a little bonk. Like a
Okay.
A little boop.
Boop.
Yeah.
You definitely slam into it. It is dazed. And you realize that as you're whipping this massive
my hair back and forth.
yes, you're kind of doing a little bit of a non-avian dinosaur nay, just a bit. You're kind of
He's whipping his
just
secretions back and forth.
you whip
I'm like
your
a
head.
ruby-eyed rat trying to focus. Charlie will appreciate that.
You just
Out of
slam
game
this
fact.
thing.
Rats that can't see very well do this like head bob weave thing, and they look like they're just
It's very
vibing,
cute.
but they can't.
Like the
see.
blinder they are, the more they do it. I had a really old
And
one
they're
who
trying to
really,
focus,
like,
and
go
by
for it.
moving, their depth perception and their focus, both their eyes focus, and they can see a thing. It's very cool.
Yeah.
Back in game.
No, that's rad.
Psychom!
I didn't know that. That's why I'm like, wow, okay, cool. You slam it with just the side of your face. Your snout hits it and picks it up, and it arcs beautifully, bouncing off the wall and into the main thoroughfare, taking an additional. Ooh, yeah. It lands in just a crumple, just unconscious, possibly alive, It seems it's definitely doing that knocked out dramatic like snore that when you just get everything moved around too fast in your brain. It is unconscious. Whether or not it's on the verge of death is hard to tell, because again, a 9-ton animal just accelerated its face. Velocity, is a bad thing, and it bounced off the wall and landed in the thoroughfare. The other two have beat a very hasty retreat, and they're gone. And Rob is slowly trying to get to his feet. Sewer, in this last round of possible combat, what are you doing?
To be honest, I think the Tyrannosaur has the Deinonychus taken care of. I think you're good. I think we're set there. So I will actually use I will use Cure Wounds on Rob also to try to get him a little bit better off than he is right now.
A little bit better than 6 hit points? It's a good plan.
That'd be cool. Gonna try to keep him around. This thing is like rolling comically slowly. It's literally like in slow motion.
The most sarcastic die.
Yes.
It's like, you ain't healing shit, dude.
Yeah, basically, that is
Wait
true.
for it. One.
I just rolled a 1.
Oh shit!
So, you ain't healing shit is pretty clear.
Khalil fucking called it on that one. Nice.
Sorry, I jinxed it.
It's like, what? No. So like this little bit of healing energy reaches out.
I just like.
You just kind of touch Rob as he's collecting himself, still wiping small bits of this orange, just mucus and saliva coated something that came out of Slim, and just this little of healing energy, and he just kind of looks. He's like, right, thanks. What the? And then he looks up and up and up at what used to be Sarik, at the Tyrannosaur, and passes out cold due to fright. Just goes and he has 8 hit points, but he is unconscious because he has worked on this island. He's the Beast Warden of this island. He knows what those things are, and one just showed up. Good night. Yeah,
he's not paid enough to deal with this.
Yeah, that is checked out. It's like, hello, nurse. Good night, everybody. Gone. Yeah, he's not having a fun time. Jack, the Deinonychus was ripped out of your mouth by a very, very large face slap. Literally, its face slapping into it, or being slapped by another large reptilian face, and is now laying unconscious in the thoroughfare. What are you doing in this moment?
I don't know. I feel like we should probably immobilize it. Maybe start tying his little feet together. Get the claws out the way. So, or do you mean what we're doing about Rob?
No, what are you doing in this last round of really rambunctious combat that just happened?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna head over to the now unconscious angry turkey and maybe start trying to pull the legs together.
Okay.
Not that I have rope or anything on me, but maybe someone else will get the hint and help.
You're currently a wolf.
Yeah, exactly.
You pad over and you're like gripping.
Yeah, and I'm just like nudging, kind of, like a dog, just trying to
like by the metatarsal, just kind of hooking your teeth gingerly on a foot and dragging it. And Slim, you're standing over Rob. You've collected your spores.
No, my the gooey unicorn is still there. The goonicorn, if you will. It seems like Rob is, he's not having the best time, but he'll be fine. It's more urgent that we deal with this, bundle of teeth and claws over here that's currently having a nap. So I'm going to go over and I'm going to, as we did with the Velociraptors, who are they all just buggered
They're
up?
gone. They are gone. Their claws were secured to the rest of the large sickle claws were secured to the rest of their feet. A top jaw rope was added to each one and then tied and secured. And then this thing showed up, and then a Tyrannosaur showed up. They are nowhere to be seen. So there are
kind of
six...
envisioning them like all tied together, just all hopping together to escape.
Yeah, they were tied off in pairs for like.
It's just some like group
like a school
five.
group in a museum.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just the endless panda backpacks, and then it ends in like the one kid with the raccoon and the leash.
The
Yeah.
most dangerous three-legged race you've ever seen.
And they can't really call or chirp. They're just kind of doing this guttural as
They're just pigeons.
running
They're
throughout
just
the
big pigeons
thoroughfare.
now.
They are gone.
Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna do the same kind of restaurant lobster treatment to the Doomclaw. And if I've did, no, it's probably not urgent. No, I'll leave it for now. We're probably gonna have a bit of a sit down after this, right? Or we're gonna have to do something. So yeah, I'll tie up the Doomclaw. That'll be my turn.
Okay. Yeah, at this point we're out of initiative. We're out of combat. Both of you that are currently in wild shape, I do believe you can hold on to that for about 2 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Or drop it early if you really want. So Rob slowly comes back awake. Looks over, the Doomclaw is restrained, and
he wipes a bit of like slim from his like nostril.
Slim juice.
And still backpedals
residue
on all fours a little bit, seeing the large Tyrannosaur.
Oh,
And it's just looking...
no, that's Sarik. That's Sarik. She's with us.
Right.
Hello.
You best not. Oh god. There are other ones like that hanging around. It'll be good to know that you can do that, because if they show up, you're gonna have to. Oh my. And then like looks at the wolf. He's counting in his head. Frog, rat, half elf, fishbowl. Got it. Things have gotten strange, and he like kind of pushes himself to his feet, and he's like, all right, we got a little bit more ways to go to get to the security building. We can either, there's a long way around to the edge of the aviary, or we can cut through quickly through a hint of the marine section and then come around the back of one of the larger paddocks.
Didn't you say never to go in the water?
Don't go in the water, but we can go by it.
Oh, I like beaches.
We can go by. What are we doing about the Doomclaw that we've just got tied up?
Yeah.
Like, can we take it to its paddock, like before it runs away? Like
that does seem to be a priority.
That would be pretty cool.
That's a good idea. Yeah. It's about 4 buildings down and to the right. So yeah, and he very picks up his sword that has fallen by the wayside at this point, resheathes it. And he's a pretty big dragonborn, but he's also pretty strong, so he's kind of half fireman carrying this large feathered reptile. He's seriously injured, but he is helping out.
So before we set off, I'm going to cast another Cure Wounds on myself, which means
Okay.
that Rob and anyone else in the group who's near the Goonicorn gets another 2 hit points.
Oh, good call.
I'm wondering
Yes.
if I can, I don't know, become like T-Rex king of the island and like get everybody back in their paddocks by like.
Oh, we lost her.
Oh no!
Cliffhanger.
Did
Oh,
we
no.
just lose Liz?
Donate £50 and she'll come back and tell us what she was going to do.
Doesn't that count as ransom?
I'm back.
You're back.
Oh, my other camera. Oh, my camera. The other camera I had came unplugged. We'll deal with that. I'll be back in a second.
Can do. It's like, yeah, all I heard was, it's like, can I be like king of the island and get everybody back in their paddocks? Bye. Gone.
Yep.
And I'm like, is this the point where I introduce the next dinosaur? I mean, it's like, what happened there?
So I guess while the royal plans are being formulated, should we get this Doomclaw back in its doom hole?
Doom hole.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to find.
Is there a way that we can like close the door behind it? But like we know it doesn't lock, but can we like wedge it or something?
That's an interesting point. You come up to it, and it does have it's a wall that then goes down quite a long ways. It's kind of like you would find at a like a modern zoo where the polar bears or even the giraffe or etc. Would be. It's about a good 25-30 feet down. But there is what looks like to be a very small service ramp with 2 large iron gates. And both of them are open. But they can easily be either mechanically locked or wedged closed. It's just any secondary magical locks have been disengaged.
Okay. So let's try to get this guy back in his doom hole, as it were.
Love that. So Rob kind of takes it down, and it's starting to slightly wake up. And he puts it down, and as it's still unconscious, quickly unties its feet, pulls the top jaw rope off, and runs right up the path, slamming one gate shut, and then gets out and closes the other one, and then looks at all of you. Right. How do we secure this? I don't have a key. Can anyone, like, lock it closed or magic it closed, or can we put something
What was
away?
that thing with the crystals? I thought you were.
That's in a different building. That's not at each paddock. It's in the physical security building that I'm trying to get us to.
I have a mending cantrip. Would that work? To kind of mend the unlockedness about it?
Mending? Give me an investigation check.
Okay.
Or...
That's a 16.
Yeah, investigation will work. You know what the spell does, and it usually heals broken things, like if there's a tear in fabric, or like a wooden chewed area of a ship, for example. If it's something broken, the mending cantrip will heal it, and you're not quite sure, and you begin looking at the lock, and you do realize that the inner workings, the physical lock, have been damaged. So you think if you hold it closed and then mend the lock, it may re-engage.
Sure, I'll try that. I'll drop wolf shape and give that a go.
Okay. You do. You feel it take hold, but go ahead and give me an Arcana check.
Can I?
See...
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
To interrupt. Sorry. While she's doing this, can I kind of pop a hand on her shoulder and kind of look over her shoulder like I'm kind of helping and hit her with some guidance.
Absolutely.
So unbeknownst to Jack, as a very, very fine tendril of goo, and it's like just going into your ear and just like,
oh god,
it's making certain neural pathways just fire a little bit better. So you can add a D4 to whatever check.
Okay, so that's a 10 for the Arcana.
Mm-hmm. God, that's gross. I'm sorry.
I'm helping.
I don't have a D4 on me though. Would you mind rolling that, Trevor, just to add on to that 10?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Reminds me of, does anybody read the Tamara Pierce books that had the darkings in them, the little like
Yes.
creepy creatures. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm getting the
that's what it
same
reminds me
vibe.
of. Yeah.
That was a 3 for a total of 13, which is good. The DC was 12. So you feel that the lock begin to engage, and you've almost got it, and then just this very fine orangey golden tendril just kind of slinks out of your finger, wraps itself around one of the spools, and pulls it into place. And you feel it lock, and the lock is mended, and you look, and you have part of Slim exit, not on, but exiting the cuticle around your nail and off your
I feel
finger.
so violated.
Is it like it's like coming out of the pores of your skin?
Yeah, like under the cuticle, above the
Yes.
nail bed. It's kind of
Oh,
I'm gonna sleep poorly tonight. This is
I'm gonna have so many nightmares of like orange goo and tendrils like coming out of various parts of my body.
Remember, audience, check your beds underneath them and around your toilets just in case for slime mold. You're welcome.
He's just he's just helping.
So donate now to make Khalil stop, or if you donate a lot, we will ban him from all future games.
Or donate even more, and next time I'll come back with a character that makes even weirder sound effects.
There we go.
Or it's just like an all slime mold game.
I have to say, I'm 100% stealing the whole oozling animating a suit of armor thing. Because this is rad. So you feel that lock engage. You kind of, your hair shivers and you're like, as the tendril of slime mold is pulled out of your ear. And the little bit of it falls off and out of your finger and crawls back up the armor, and you see just kind of back into the bowl.
Thanks, Slim, while trying not to retch.
And Rob kind of sits and turns to you all. Right, now that was taken, wham! Immediately, the once unconscious Deinonychus is slammed up against the lower fence, just growling, trilling this very angry cassowary-like call, because cassowaries are fucking nasty and deadly and horrifying and no. And a little bit just its claw is just clacking a little bit. The lower gate has held for now. You know the upper one will. And Rob's just like, right, with that, we go now. Now, there's 2 more still out there. We're going. And you come to that fork in the thoroughfare where he said you either hang to the left through more of the lowland paddocks, but near the aviary, which he did say was still closed, or you hang to the right. You follow the path you're on around the raptor paddock, through at least a small portion of the marine exhibits, and then past the larger animal paddocks, and then toward the security building.
I feel like the faster we get to the security building, the better, because that didn't feel very secure, if I'm completely honest.
Yeah. The way through near the aviary will be longer, but he did say the aviary was still secure, so it will be definitely more secure. The marine path, the path through the marine gallery and past the large animal paddocks, definitely faster.
I can
Faster, but
stay
also we're
here
much
at
more
Storm
likely
and
to-
going faster.
Run into more creatures.
Yeah.
How many of us could, hypothetically, ride a T-Rex?
Ooh, that's a good
Well,
question.
This T-Rex is a gargantuan size, so like it's in excess of 40 feet long. Very easily.
As in, we could all
Oh yeah, no, the three or the
Yeah.
four of you, absolutely.
Hop on.
I mean, how many
Okay, you
times?
gotta,
How many
like,
chances in
get
your life
down to
do
the
you
ground
get
so we
to
can
ride
climb
a
our way
T-Rex?
on up.
This feels like an opportunity we can't pass up.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair.
Just watch the scales on the left. They get really dry, and I can't reach it with moisturizer.
Oh God!
Thanks,
No!
Lynn.
Slim, no! Scritches! Ah.
This
Oh,
has been
God.
a real learning curve of a day for Slim. They're really learning a lot about how, like, whole biological like eukaryotic organisms. Actually, no, they're
Moisturize
eukaryotic
me,
as well.
Slim.
Yeah, but it's also like, it's like I can taste you! It's just like, oh.
It does taste like chicken.
Oh. So, as...
Good thing I don't have my poison skin right now.
Right. As the Sarikasaur kind of gets down, and the three of you, three of you climb up, and the other one kind of climbs, oozes. Oh, God. It's like I'm thinking like how Slim moves. It's like clank, clank, slip, slip. Oh, yeah. Just the cacophony of sounds that he would make, like actual, is terrifying. You all get on top, and very slowly, with Rob is up near your neck and kind of leaning one way to the next to try and guide you. And the path is made for a small group of people, maybe 5 or 10. So you are towering over, like filling this space, like almost coming to the roof of some of these peaked buildings that you're walking by. Just this as you keep moving, and the buildings start to fade away, and there's this open area. And then you look, and as the whole route was turning to the right, and it continues, there is a smaller path that kind of begins to curve a little bit more away and down. And you do notice that you're looking down on what looks like a very shallow lake. And as you're walking by, you see that path goes down, and there are these huge crystal walls holding back tens of thousands of gallons of water. You're just looking at the top of what appears to be some sort of holding tank for something. There's a small ripple of activity on the surface, but you don't see anything. And Rob, just as everybody slows, as the very large Tyrannosaur you are riding. Oh, we lost Liz again.
Oh.
Gotta wait to see. I mean, she's the one that's moving with all of you on it.
Well, I in the meantime, I like to think that with every footstep of the Death Walker, the T-Rex, the goo in my Petri dish is kind of.
Oh yeah, very much so.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's the water in the cup in a original movie of a series that is currently out that's in the middle of a 4-wheeled vehicle. Yeah, it's a boom, boom, very much so. Just that smile is like bleh.
Yeah, it's almost like a TV that's kind of not quite tuned right.
Right. Like Slim's fishbowl is tuned to the static channel right now. Just like
and yeah, I think I will also because it seems to be one of the most important things right now. I'm gonna hit Sarikasaurus with a resistance cantrip. So on her next saving throw that she takes, it'll be a plus D4.
nice.
just in case, because like I know what it's like to live in a tank. I quite like it, but I don't know if whatever's in there is gonna have different opinions.
Right. As you're moving along, Liz, I don't think you caught that. There is a large, like a large sea or lake off to your right, and you realize that a path to the right curves down, and there's this long piece of seamless, thick crystal holding back tens of thousands of gallons of water. It's some sort of holding tank, probably the beginning of the marine area that Rob talked about. There's a small disturbance on the top, but nothing is coming out, nothing is moving. You don't see anything. And then he kind of leans a little to the left as the route continues. And with each step, Slim is moving about in his bowl. You're all kind of holding on.
Just clinging.
And then, as you come up onto a rise, you see a collection of buildings a distance away. And in front of you are all these large pits. That same kind of building, or like the sunken paddock that you just deposited the Doomclaw into. Except these are very big.
Like me-sized big or bigger than me?
About you-sized big.
Okay.
Friends.
And you're
I need a new apartment. That would be nice.
You're definitely like
seduce them. I mean, you are aggressively bisexual.
Yeah. Yeah, can I seduce all of the other animals, please?
Now, you...
What's the charisma modifier for a T-Rex?
Not good. So...
Listen, that can be cute.
Rar.
With the little arms. Rar.
Yeah.
Rar.
So right before your camera cut out earlier, you did say, "Can I be king of the island?" And then it cut. Were you trying to get animals back in their paddocks somehow?
Yeah, I wanted to assert dominance over, like any good aggressive bisexual. I wanted to assert dominance over all other animals within my radius.
Just putting the aggro into aggressively bisexual.
Okay. And just like buy like one of those large bellows that you threw out there.
Yeah, it's kind of like call them to me. Either like, and that bellow could mean like come and fight, come and cuddle, come and see what's happening, come and
Netflix
turn it on. Like
come check the cloaca out.
Yeah. There's hot young singles in your area. That fellow could mean many things to many people.
A cloaca brings all the theropods to the paddock.
Yeah, that's the plan. Raw sex appeal.
Raw sex appeal.
And you thought you got away from this.
Raw sex appeal.
And when I feel her kind of inhaling underneath me, like about to do a big roar, I'm going to switch that resistance to guidance.
Got it. So, Sarik, please roll a d20 because this is going to be an intimidation.
And you can add a d4 onto that.
Is it intimidation or persuasion? Are you trying to scare everything into a challenge and away from you and make them scamper back into their homes? Or is it more of a, yeah, come on, let's do this?
No, it's like a come hither, come on type thing.
Okay. So that will be more of a persuasion. Roll a d20.
And you can add a d4 to that from guidance.
Yes.
So 14.
Okay. T-Rexes naturally are not very persuasive. They are horrifically intimidating. So, not really a good bonus on that. However, you do let out this bellow, and it's not as much of a fuck around and find out bellow that it was earlier, but more of a, hey, we need to do this almost like calling for a union, if you will. And it kind of rolls over the landscape. You hear an answering, not quite bellow, but more like guttural chitter. Just like this. Coming from the paddock to the left. What do you
Another
do?
friend.
Somebody, or either one person, because again, this is 3 druids and a ranger. God, this is like the name of a sitcom. Either all of you can make independent nature checks, or one can do it at advantage.
Well, I have my my speech of the woods feature, which means that I can kind of interpret animal noises.
Okay. I'll give you the nature because you've never encountered this animal before.
Mhm.
I would absolutely allow you to roll a nature check with advantage.
Cool. Ooh, nice. That's gonna be 24.
Oh, is that all?
I feel like a natural slime mold.
You hear that, and it's repeated. You understood what Tyrannosaurus Frogo was saying. The answer, though, is kind of like, oh yeah?
That's hot.
See,
Yeah, it's
Yeah, it's really up in the ante there.
It's not
seems like you've got a
really-
mixed reception.
yeah, it's kind of like, I don't want to, and I think I'm going to show you something because no.
Ugh.
Enemies
Yeah.
to lovers. Let's go.
I lean down closer to the dinosaur, to our steed's head, and I say, I'm not sure that one likes you very much.
At that moment, there is this crash. The very thin, you notice there's this very thin, fine wiring that are between each kind of stone post. This beaked face smashes up against it. These 2 large brow horns puncturing this fine network of wires. The nose horn kind of thrashing, this massive frill encompassing it, protecting its neck and shoulders. Does that guttural and busts into and through that net and comes galloping toward you. This is I recognize that call and I don't like it. You're a predator and my family's in here reaction.
Oof.
And it is charging right at the Sarikasaurus.
Do we have
I
time
will
to
give
do
you-
something?
I will give you all 1 action to react because it was a little bit surprising, but it at least announced itself.
Can I cast Animal Friendship, please?
Sure.
So
knew
that's
this
a
would
Wisdom
come up.
save.
I knew this would come up, and I still hate it.
It's a Wisdom save, and my
God.
spell DC is 14.
14? Jesus. No, natural 20. Plus 2. 22.
I mean, it's understandable that you didn't want to be friends.
Finally, you're rolling nicely. Thank you. I'm going to set you aside now.
Sewer, for one, is going to take his 1 action to dive off of the T-Rex's back and try to get to the ground. I'm assuming I'll need to roll an acrobatics for that.
Absolutely acrobatics or athletics, because
Yeah, we're
This
high
is-
up there.
Yeah, you're high. You're 13 feet off the ground. The T-Rex you're riding is beginning to turn toward just naturally turn toward the sound in this charge. So
Sure.
yeah, if you're trying to slide off, absolutely like an acrobatic or athletics check.
Okay, let's do an acrobatics there, since I see it. It's thinking. It's trying.
So tense.
It is. Oh, hell yeah, I got a 15.
Nice. You see what's going on. You're like, I need to get off this target. And you kind of plant and slip down the thigh and kind of angle yourself to ride the swinging tail as it turns and just boop, and land very gracefully.
Oh, fantastic.
Oh, very
And
Legolas.
ducking the tail as it swings
you.
overhead of you. So yeah, you are now on the ground.
Great.
We're going in order of height here. So, Jack.
I am going to try and cast my Mold Earth cantrip to excavate the earth directly in front of the dinosaur to hopefully trip it up.
Whoa, nice. That's cool. Let's see. I believe there is, it causes, it turns it into difficult terrain. Absolutely, yeah. So I will make it's running full bore at you. So it's full movement plus dash. Difficult terrain would take away half of its movement. And yeah, I will absolutely give that a dexterity. And they don't have a very high dexterity. Although with a 17, I think that'll make, I don't know if it's plus anything. No, it's plus 1. So with an 18 total, you make the earth erupt right in front of it. This, large, just 5-foot section, just about the width of its gate. And its front feet plant, and the earth sinks underneath it and rises up around it. And it stumbles, slows down, but pulls itself out. It's not charging as fast, but it's still coming at you. Well, specifically, it's coming at you, Sarik.
Okay. I think instead of attacking or anything silly like that, I want to try and throw it off its game, confuse the hell out of it, and maybe just roll over on my belly.
Street fighter.
Okay.
And just make cute little noises
Wait, aren't you crushing the people on your back then?
Yeah.
I'm on your back.
Jack.
And my rats are on your back.
Jack and
My
Slim.
babies. Matthew.
Sewer, what is your dexterity?
My dexterity is +1. I'm at
No,
13.
what's your overall?
I'm at 13.
Okay. Yeah. The three of you that aren't large dinosaurs currently going play with the ball of yarn. Everybody make a dexterity saving throw. Because the two of you on its back, and I'll make one for Rob, the two of you on its back are rolling with it, and Sewer, it's like you dodged its tail swung over the top of you, but its thigh that you slid down on is starting to roll at you.
Yeah.
I could carefully roll.
I am so glad I cast Cure Wounds on myself before the end of the last encounter.
Oh, hell yeah. I got a 17.
You see this happening and you're like, nope. So you duck and roll out of the way. Slim, what did you
Single
get?
digits again. 9.
Okay. Jack?
11.
Okay. Rob rolled a 4.
Rob,
Oh,
why do we even bring you?
It's just baggage at this point. Leave
Rob
him.
had 12 hit points.
oh no.
Sewer, you're fine. You're like, fuck, and just tuck and roll, and you
I
come
know,
up.
that doesn't mean I want to see my compatriots be literally crushed to death in front of me.
Yeah, you're about to see that.
Yeah, that's what I'm knowing about.
Because you see it coming down, you duck forward, you roll, you come up in that typical superhero pose.
Yes, of course.
As you see Slim, Jack, and Rob all go underneath the Tyrannosaur.
My fishbowl.
Oh God. You each take 14 points of bludgeoning damage. And
So
are
Rob's unconscious again.
Oh, yes, he is. And are considered restrained. That means your speed becomes 0. You can't benefit from any bonus to your speed. All attack rolls against you have advantage, and all of your attack rolls have disadvantage. And you have disadvantage on all further dexterity saving throws.
Sharik, I
You
can't
smell
believe
that?
you
It smells
got
like a TPK.
Inadvertently, yes. Because Rob is unconscious. Everyone else just took 14 points of damage, except for Sewer. And the frill beast, the Triceratops, I will give it a roll to see what it does, because watching its apex predator turn over and go, hi there, kicking its little theropod, rather massive theropod feet in the air, and giving off this vibe of, no, really, come play with me.
Cloaca
Might
out.
confuse it. It does
Hot
not.
mic
Cloaca's out for the
Cloaca's
lads.
out.
And
The important bit.
because of your movement, you are considered prone. It is still charging at you.
God damn
So its attack will be at advantage.
Oh God,
As
Liz,
it
why?
sees its apex predator on its back with its stomach exposed. A perfect spot to drive these 2 7-foot-long brow horns into and attempt to disembowel it.
Cool.
Mistakes have been made.
Mistakes have absolutely been made. But
Just one, really. One major mistake. Just the one.
Mistake was made, consequences were
Mistake.
suffered.
yeah. So there is a horn attack and a charging attack. The charging attack will be
Here
first.
come the consequences of my action.
So
This
because
is very
it's not,
much a me reaping, me sowing situation.
right.
Yeah.
the
Yeah, it
charge
is fuck around
attack.
and find out.
Yeah,
I'm finding
it's
out.
yeah. The fuck around is about to find out. The charge attack will not be at advantage because it will not start the attack within 5 feet of you, but the horn attack absolutely will. So first the charge, and oh god, I'm pretty sure your armor class is 16. You're very large, and that would be a total of a 24. So that does hit you. Okay, I need to get the dice that generally aren't used very much, the D12. Okay, I need 2 of you.
Shout out to any barbarian players out there.
Right. So the good thing is you have a whole lot of hit points. Like you have in excess of 200. The bad news is it just hit you for 19. That charge attack is attempting to push you. I need you to make and this is at disadvantage, roll a d20, 2d20, take the low number, because this is effectively a strength saving throw. The good thing is You are really, really strong. The bad thing is it's at disadvantage.
How
Might
do I
this-
click disadvantage on?
Pardon?
Is there like a toggle for disadvantage on this on D&D Beyond?
No, just roll a d20, then roll a second d20, and we'll just take the lower number.
Okay.
Might this potentially helpfully roll the T-Rex off any one or thing that might be hypothetically underneath it?
Technically, it will roll it off you or drag you with it.
Oh god.
Cool.
Yeah, like is it crushing you extra or is it rolling it off of you?
Yeah.
I've got
So-
a 15 and a 14. So 14.
So that's a 23 total at, because it is plus 9. The problem is the difficulty on this is a 25. So you are pushed 30 feet, and the people underneath you need to make dexterity saving throws at disadvantage, or they are ground into the stone underneath you as you are pushed and smeared.
And Rob's out, right?
I
Rob's
will
locked
roll
out.
Rob in a second.
Oh god.
Oh, I got a nat 20 for the first one, but the second one's a 12.
Ooh,
I got a 19 for the first one, and the second one's a 13.
all right.
So I got 13.
And Rob is unconscious.
Mm-hmm.
That's an automatic fail. And so that's immediately 2 death saves gone. So Rob is on the verge of death.
no.
Each of you take an additional 3d6 bludgeoning damage. So that is an additional 12 points of damage.
Oh, Jack's out.
Oh,
I'm on -2.
Okay.
Liz! You killed
Slim's
me.
Slim's still
Almost
okay.
killed me.
Slim's not doing great, but they are still in the
You
game.
killed Rafu's mother.
Yeah, do the rats all take crushing damage?
No, the rats are fine.
How many rats did you have? Roughly.
4. Well, there's 4 that I have names for.
Okay. So let's say there. I'll roll 1d8 plus 4. Okay, so there were 10 rats. I'll roll a d10.
you promised Rathu would live.
There
So
are
it's
now
something
3 rats alive.
Improbable must happen.
No.
7 of the rats get just pasted. They're just like,
God.
you're getting crushed, and you are like being asphyxiated and smashed into unconsciousness, and there are just 7 smaller smears around you.
So horrible.
Slim, how you
Liz,
doing?
Look what you've done. You've killed their siblings.
There's like some spider cracking on the fishbowl, but still 11 hit points to go. The only one that matters is the last one. So
Got it. Thankfully, the horn attack will not continue to push the Tyrannosaur on top of you, but it is at advantage. And that is a natural 20 for a critical. Oh, I mean, you still have well over 180 hit points at this point, so I'm not too concerned. Because you can take a huge amount of damage before you revert back to your frog self. That is 12, 16, 18 additional points of damage. I'll mark that down. And yeah, combat's on, so everyone please roll initiative. Even if you are unconscious, please roll initiative.
it's my first nat 20 of the game.
Nice.
So that's a 21.
21. Right on. Go Slim.
16.
Still rolling.
I'm sorry, I was looking down. Pardon? Sarik, 16.
Yeah, initiative.
Jack?
Oh, sorry, I was absolutely miles away there.
That's
I rolled
okay.
a 9.
9. Okay. And Sewer?
Rolled 20.
Nice. All right, and Triceratops gets a 10. So just before Jack. And Rob is a 17. Good for you, unconscious lizard buddy. Slim, you have a Tyrannosaur on top of you, and there is a loud grunting, horrific sound coming from the other side of it, and a very quickly spreading pool of blood. What are you doing?
How much action economy is it going to cost me to get out from underneath my good friend?
That will be a strength check.
I am
you are
not
trying
a strong
to
boy.
push yourself out. It's not a normal. This wouldn't be like a normal, like difficult terrain or anything like that. It would be definitely a strength check.
In that case, I'm going to have some because I'm Slim is not a strong person. So instead, I'm going to put some maybe misplaced faith in my teammate, and I hope that they will stand up soon. But in the meantime, can I like, because we were all on the back of the T-Rex and then got squished under it. So am I in touching distance of Jack? Or if not, can I see them?
Let's see. You were all on the back. Yeah. Yes, you are within, you're about arm's reach. If you just kind of like, ooze out some, exactly. You squishy some tentacles out. Yeah. You can reach Jack.
All right. Yeah. Get ready for some defibrillation. I'm gonna give you hit you with a cure wounds. That's gonna be decent roll. Actually, it's gonna be 8 hit points you get.
Yes, amazing. Thank you.
Anytime. So I've already used my spirit totem, so I can't use that. Yeah, that's I think all I can do.
Okay. Yeah. Then next up would be Sewer with a 20.
All right. I am the only one still standing, which is
right.
Like, terrifying. But it's gonna be fine, probably.
It's a really bad sight. You don't see the other three.
Yeah.
And there's a large grunting horned beast with its brow horns inside the stomach and chest area of the large thing you were just riding.
Yeah. So I am gonna. Yeah. Okay. Can I see the Triceratops?
Oh, yeah, hard to miss. Yes.
Okay. Cool. That's great. I didn't know if the T-Rex was in the way.
No.
I didn't know if the T-Rex was in between me and the yeah.
It is, but you're down near the playfully moving tail of the
at the cloaca end
of the large head full of teeth.
At the cloacal end.
Yeah, you're at the cloaca. You're at the cloaca end of the Rex, and the Triceratops is just goring and just.
Okay, I'm gonna try to stop the Triceratops from continuing to gore them by casting a frostbite spell at it. I can cast that at will.
Very cool.
Yeah, and that should cause numbing frost, which should stop it from constantly mauling my friend.
Oh, is it getting like brain freeze, like when you have like too much
it should
ice cream?
freeze it. Yeah, it should make it so it can't continue to attack. Hopefully, so the attack save is Constitution 14.
Okay.
I don't
have
roll
a pretty
for
good
that.
Constitution. Let's see here. That would be a 16. Yeah, I rolled a 13 plus 3. Does it take any damage? Even if it fails the con save? Does it take half?
Let me try the damage roll. It's a 2d6.
Okay.
Yeah, I rolled 6.
Okay. So it'll take half that. The trike will take 3 points of frost damage. It doesn't really lock it in place. You reach out and the humidity is higher. You're somewhat nearby the marine tanks, so you summon that moisture and you aim it at this creature, trying to at least just anchor down one of its legs, and it starts to form, and then it just flexes and the ice shatters from around one of its legs. Do you have a bonus action you would like to take?
I think the only bonus action I can have. Let me see. Sorry.
You can, I believe, you can either take an attack swing, recharge your sorcery points to get additional spell slots, or your planar warrior targeting.
Let's do my planar warrior targeting and target at the Triceratops.
Got it. And here we go with Rob. Rob has failed his first 2 death saving throws.
Oof.
He is unconscious on the verge of death.
Oh, I forgot about that. I should have
a
healed him.
Triceratops, or underneath a Tyrannosaur. I will roll 1d20. And that is a 6.
Oh, man.
There is a movement. The Tyrannosaur is being gored by the Triceratops. The Triceratops, its leg briefly frozen, just keeps the attack up. And Slim, you're in between Rob and Jack, and you've reached out and you've placed your tendrils onto Jack, and you revive her. And you, shit, Rob. And you begin to reach out when you just hear more than see or feel this wet crunch.
Oh no.
Something akin to a watermelon being dropped off a roof. Yeah. And you don't see him. But you're pretty sure that the fishbowl that was on his head may have just cracked. Rob Dunmal, at least this time, based on Robert Muldoon, of course, from the large series that this is blatantly stolen from, at least did not get killed by an improperly named velociraptor. Instead, he was crushed under the writhing shoulders of a Tyrannosaur. Rest in peace, the Dragonborn Ranger. And that brings us right up to, speaking of which, the person that just crushed him to death, Sarik. You have a Triceratops in your stomach and a bunch of things wiggling oddly under your body and shoulder.
I would like to drop Wild Shape and go back to being a frog.
Wow. Cool. Okay. That is
Just shoot.
I think that's just an unconscious action.
Yeah.
It's a bonus action. So you can immediately it hurts. Even as a very large beast, these are large horns that are constantly sawing in and out of your abdomen.
But now I'm too small.
And now you vanish. The weight, Jack Slim has just, and there is a very small Froggo kind of laying on top of between you two, like little bit of feet on Jack, little bit of head on Slim, just smiling because
I imagine Sarik's face is like pressed up against the glass of the thing. It's like
I'm going to see if the Triceratops is confused. Okay, that's an interesting.
It's not.
Role.
I don't know what's wrong.
It's actually a very smart Triceratops.
Right. So, that was your bonus action. Do you do anything else?
Yes.
You are currently prone, so it'll take half your movement to stand up, or you can attempt to do something from the prone position.
Yeah. sorry. How close is the Triceratops to me?
Oh, like above you.
As frog? Like touching? Like I'm touching.
Not quite touching because, like, if you think of the average girth of a tyrannosaur, fairly large, we believe, at least based on musculature reconstructions and all that. It was kind of like, you know, you were on the long side. It's probably about, the tips of its brow horns are probably about 5 feet away from you, dripping with blood.
Okay, cool. I think I'm going to get up. Froggy. And then I think I'm just gonna do... Can I cast Erupting Earth?
Yeah. Wow, this will be fun. Absolutely. What's the save on that? I forget.
I think it might be Dex.
Yeah, it is a Dex. Okay, they're not very good at Dex. That's beneficial. Damn, hot dice. What is the DC for that with you? 10 plus 13. Just squeaked it with a 14. Let's see. Oh God! 3d12 damage, or half as much on a successful one. Okay, roll 3d12. There we go with the d12s again.
The deep cuts.
It's gonna be a 26.
Right? Oh Jesus. Okay, so half that is 13. It did make it save by 1 point. That's, that's some, it's taken 16 points of damage at this point. It looks perturbed as the earth just erupts around it, and just these large chunks of the stone and the island itself juts up. And the island, partially volcanic, these large spires of basalt break through the ground, kind of ripping up underneath and on, underneath and around. And it's confused for a moment, and it stumbles, kind of falls toward you a bit, but the terrain is really difficult at this point. Is that all you're going to do? Are you going to move?
What else could... Yeah,
You have half your movement left.
So I'm gonna half-assedly leap, like 15 feet to the left.
Okay. A froggy super ball just goes ding.
Yeah. That's all right. Yeah, and then I will let it go. Let it go.
Awesome. It's good that it is good that Jack, since you have been revived by Slim, you will not have to roll a death saving throw this round. The bad thing is the Triceratops acts first.
Oh fuck.
And the frog has leapt. The Triceratops is briefly confused by it's not there anymore. That thing went away. All the earth, still angry, must kill. And it is going to attempt to trample both of you.
Oh god. Oh no.
Yeah, you are both prone. So this attack will be at advantage for the both of you. This charge can affect up to 3 creatures within 10 feet if they are in a line, which both of you are prone and right there within 5 feet of it. So yeah, it will attempt to trample both of you. So Jack, you're up first. Maybe not. Does a 12 hit? Awesome. That was... Now the dice are angry at me. Okay, Slim, you're next. That's bad. Does a 21 hit you?
Yes.
Uh-oh. Okay.
Even with my decent armor class of 18.
It starts to trample, and Jack, right before it reaches you, there's this odd pile of meat and equipment near you that one of its legs just slips on. But that brings it right in line to Slim. And almost the full bore of this charge lands on pardon me, as one of my D6s goes silent. Sailing. 10 plus 4, 14 points of damage. Bludgeoning specifically as this very large animal tramples over you and comes skidding to a halt.
Good night.
Oh, Slim's out. Shit. Okay. Jack.
Guess you're gonna have to figure out that slime mold inheritance problem then.
Oh god.
Yeah, at least try and scrape some of me off the bottom of its foot, you know?
Okay, I'm kind of stuck between two things because I could heal Slim, but then equally I feel like distracting the Triceratops is the greater concern right now. So I'm going to cast Conjure Animals. I'm going to conjure 8 giant owls and instruct them to just descend on its face to try and confuse and distract it.
Whoa. Let's go. Right on.
8 owls.
Yeah,
8
giant
owls.
ones.
So the scene is you're brought back from the edge of permanent darkness by this slime mold friend of yours. And he's just like, hello, as he's like slowly being crushed. And then that crushing feeling goes away
Smiley
as
face.
the large smashing feeling vanishes into a small froggy form, which then gets the fuck out of the way. And in front of you is this large horned animal that was charging forward, and it shakes itself off and begins charging again. Part of it slipping on a pile of gore that you now recognize that was once your Beast Warden guide. And you look around, and there are 7 smaller smears.
No, not the babies.
And your eyes well up, and you look over, and the Triceratops lands onto Slim, that spider webbing cracking that fishbowl almost all the way around. And you reach out and appeal to nature. And groggily, because it's during the day, these very large owls begin to soar from the direction of the aviary across and begin flying dramatically in front of this Triceratops as it is just rearing, trying to bring its horns to bear, not just freaking out, going, what the hell is going on? Because they are strong, they are scary, smart, no. Those owls are giving you and any of your allies the help action. That means anything you are doing will be at advantage, and any attack from the Triceratops will be at disadvantage. That's a really good thing. But that does bring us back to the top of the initiative order. And that means Slim. Can you please make me a death saving throw?
F's in the chat. That's a 6.
Okay, that's 1 down.
Mm-hmm.
I I was gonna scoop you up in my water pouch.
Well, I'm not dead yet. Come on, let's not start planning my funeral quite yet.
I know.
I'm not dead yet.
You guys all have spell slots, yeah?
I am not yet dead. I can dance and I can sing. I am not yet dead. I can do that and sing.
Suor. Horrible scene in front of you.
Awful.
Large
Like
berserk
nightmare
animal.
fuel.
Yeah.
No, Sewer is scarred for life, honestly.
Yeah.
Or never could have left home.
There is a jumping frog.
That's what he's been thinking this entire time.
Especially because now 1/3 of your social camouflage is gone.
Yes,
Yeah,
exactly.
people are gonna start receiving you.
Okay, I guess I will try to... God. I guess I will try to attack the Triceratops, because I don't really know what else to do at this point. There's nothing I can do for the smears, unfortunately.
Do you have any healing spells?
I do have healing spells. I could try to heal Slim in the meantime. I'll go for that, actually. I'll do Cure Wounds on Slim.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's
Here's hoping that the dice are in our favor at all.
Let the
yes,
dice be
it's the
ever in
long
your
roll.
favor.
It rolls so slowly. It's honestly so painful to watch. Like every
It's
single
extra
time.
painful now. It's like, this is life or death for Slim.
It's especially
Okay,
interesting
okay.
watching
Got an
you
8.
watch the slow dice. Ooh,
Got an
nice.
8.
Wow.
Cure Wounds,
Right
heal
on.
8.
Yeah, Slim's back up 8 hit points. Slim, you
Woo!
Hey.
start to feel your consciousness,
Good
That-
scratches!
collective,
Good scratches.
come back and good scritches, bad scritches. Ow. Sewer, is there anything else you were doing? Any other bonus action or you did heal? You've brought Slim back from the edge of death.
Yeah, can I
You have
use some
movement?
points to get away from the Triceratops? Because I am not going to be useful at all if it gores me.
Oh, sure. Casting Cure Wounds is your action. But yeah, you can move 100%. You can move 30 feet away from this.
I would like to
Horror
move 30
show.
feet away from this horror show.
Got it.
I can do ranged attacks. I'm just going to try to stay as far away from getting mauled as I can.
Right. No, absolutely. You just like start moving back like, oh, this
Yeah,
is bad.
I'm just like jogging backwards, like fuck.
Right. Okay, that's you. Next is Rob. No, it's not. Sorry. Then we come to Sarik. Sarik, horror show in front of you.
Okay. So I'm like standing off to the side. Is Slim out of the container? Has Slim been released onto the world?
Slim is free.
Well, I'm back at 8 hit points now, so like there's enough of me in the bowl to keep the kind of the body functioning. There might have been some that spilled out, but like you know,
Okay. So
so-
I don't have to scoop you up in my water skin.
I mean, feel free to, but it's not an emergency. That's not a priority, I think.
Great,
right now.
great. Just double checking.
We can go back over later once we've dealt with the threat, and we can get
Yeah.
the last bit.
I'm real sorry about the rats. Okay. I need to deal with this Triceratops. I need it to not be doing things.
Bad dinosaur. Bad.
Stip stop.
I'm so glad that you became Queen of the Dinosaurs. I'm so glad that worked out so well.
Slightest hint of power and you turn on all your friends.
Literally, I turned on
Crushed my baby.
Literally turned.
This is why royalty's bad.
I
This is
think
what happens. Abolish the monarchy. God, guys. You might get killed by a dinosaur.
okay. What am I? Woo. How hurt is this Triceratops?
Not at all.
Oh, okay.
It has
great.
very
I'm gonna-
tiny. has a very, like, a small patch of its skin has a little bit of frostbite, and it's bleeding from some scratches in the front part of its torso from where the earth erupted around it. Other than that, the only blood it's covered in is Tyrannosaur blood and a little bit of Rob on one foot.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and cast Moonbeam.
Oh my. Okay.
Yeah.
This could get funky.
Could get roasty toasty.
Yeah. Cool. So this silvery column, and this is like late afternoon at this point, but this column of moonlight begins to peter through the clouds and almost seems to solidify in space. It's only about 10 feet in diameter, but it's encompassing most of the Triceratops. And it looks kind of confused. And I do believe its turn is next. And that sucks. Is that all you are doing? Are you moving? Or...
Oh, I'm gonna Magic Stone. Bonus cantrip.
Oh. Nice. Yep,
There-
you can do a spell and a cantrip. Absolutely.
Yeah. Let's just say there are 3 pebbles next to me. I hope there
Oh,
are.
there's
I
you
erupted all
erupted
that earth.
Jack erupted the earth around. Yeah, there's
Yeah.
fucking boulders.
Yeah.
So 3
Can I
small
touch a
pebbles.
boulder? Can it
No,
be
it's,
magic
it's
boulder?
specifically 1 to 3 little pebbles.
Like a large boulder the size of a small boulder?
To a grung, it's a large boulder.
Great.
Everyone else, it's a small boulder.
Yes. Okay. So I'm gonna touch some pebbles, give them some magic, and I'm just gonna can I leap over the Triceratops and fling a pebble at the same time?
Well, you still have movement left.
Yeah.
It's a fairly large animal.
I can leap up to 15 feet high, I think.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, you'll absolutely clear it. But if you leap long, you'll get easily on the other side of it, possibly out of melee range.
Okay.
If you leap high over it, you'll probably end up
Land in-
next to it
Yeah.
or on it,
I'm
depending on a
gonna-
separate roll.
Leap long.
Okay, so just sailing over.
Yeah.
Uh,
And while I'm sailing, I want to huck that pebble.
Right on. Yeah, give me an attack roll. It would be a spell attack, so I think your spell attack modifier is +2.
Yes.
So yeah, hit me with that magic stone.
12.
Not high enough to hit its armor class, but you leap over it and you reach out and grab one of these stones, and as you do, you magically sling it. It's this really awesome, like that slow motion Matrix almost move. Frog
Knuckleballer.
leaping, magically trailing a large boulder the size of a small boulder. And just as you apex over the back of this animal, it turns, starting to pivot, and you let go and fling that magic stone, and it just goes bink off the frill and falls to the ground. And it looks annoyed.
Yeah, it's really confused and annoyed now.
Mhm.
That's what I wanted.
But it does start its turn, which is now. in the area of the moonbeam and has to make a Constitution saving throw or take 2d10 radiant damage. Great. That is a fucking fail. Okay, so yeah, go ahead and roll 2d10 for me.
Okay, let me. Sorry, look at. It's gonna be 13.
Okay. It's looking a little singed.
A little toasty.
It doesn't like feeling this, so it is going to attempt to move, which is fine. It just doesn't want to start. I don't want it to start its turn in the moonbeam, or then it takes damage. And damaging my critters is bad. I do not like it as a DM. So, okay, I'm gonna have to see what it does because you just leaped over it. Jack,
I'm just hoping we're getting a "it hurt itself in its confusion" type.
Maybe there are currently a bunch of fucking owls flying in its face.
I forgot about the
I
owl.
forgot about the owl.
It
Frog
doesn't like that.
matrix.
Oh, you would have made that attack at the magic stone at advantage. So give me one more roll
Oh,
and see if you can
roll-
beat a 12.
another 12.
That does not beat the previous 12. So, the pebble still bounces off its frill. Just it kind of clips one of the owl's wings, and the owl's just like, woo. I kind of feel bad because wow, we went to like bird game, and I was told very strictly, don't bring in birds. Too bad. If I ever play in Science and Sorcery, my character will absolutely get drowned. Team Fish.
And be an Aarakocra.
Right. Oh, 100% I'm going to be an Aarakocra that gets, or Kenku that will get drowned. So, I'm going to roll a d20, and it will tell me, because it's got Jack in front of it with the owls. Sarik's to the side. Rob is paced. And Sewer and Slim are kind of just off. So that's 4. So this D20 is being divided into four quadrants. And that is a 2. So that would be Jack. It is going to swing its horns towards you and try and gore you through the helping owls, so its attack is at disadvantage. But it doesn't like you standing in front of it. It didn't like the motions you were making in its bestial mind, and then the earth moved, and it was squaring off with you, and then all of a sudden these owls were in its face. It does not like you.
The feeling's mutual, Mr. Triceratops.
Ooh. So it is at disadvantage. That's the good thing. The bad thing, I rolled a 19 and a 16.
Ooh, see, my armor class is 16. I can never remember if it meets it, whether that hits or not.
Meets it, beats it.
Meets it, beats it. So, this might be really painful.
Oh dear.
Because in that moment, those 8 owls doing these acrobatic moves, there's a brief moment where its vision clears and it just lowers its horn, takes a step, and gores you, lifting you up into the air. Oh, Jesus. And doing 15 points of piercing damage.
Yep, she's out again.
And you are
Significantly.
pierced. And it lets out this somewhat triumphant, just defiant whoop, and just whips, and you slide off of its brow horn and land in a bleeding thump onto the thoroughfare.
Poor Jack.
Next up would be that would be its it moved out of the beam, does not have a bonus action. That that makes it come to Jack. Jack, please roll a death saving throw.
Is there a way of doing this on D&D Beyond? Because it's
Yes.
brought up the little thing of failures and success, but I can't see where to roll that.
Up at the top, you'll see where it says death. Where your hit points used to be.
Oh shit! It was a 3.
Ooh,
Oh no.
Okay. The good thing is you get 3 chances. The bad thing is you just missed one of them. If you miss all 3, unfortunately, Jack dies.
Yeah.
If you roll a 1 on your next death saving throw, that is 2 fails and it's death. So yeah, things are getting dire at this point. So back to the top of the order. We are still in combat. Slim.
I have a rules question.
Yes.
If I use a magic item that its effect is the result, it produces a spell from that item, can I also cast a spell with my bonus action, or would that be my 1 spell per round?
What does the rule say that it allows you to cast the spell, or it is casting the spell?
Yeah. While worn, it allows the wearer to use an action to cast the spell. Okay.
Yeah.
Still gonna do it. Because I need to, and because it's funny. So I'm gonna stand up.
Oh, I know what this is.
And from like my back, middle of my shoulders, kind of behind the bowl, kind of telescopes up this, like it's almost like a car aerial, like, and then flink, these 3 rotor blades come out of it, and it starts spinning. And I levitate 20 feet in the air.
Ladies and gentlemen, the propeller helm. One of the wildest uncommon magic items. Yeah. It allows you to cast levitation, and you're well above the sweeping brow horns of the Triceratops.
So if that's my spell, then I can't, unfortunately, healing word Jack right now, but I'll do it later.
No, unfortunately not. It's either a spell and a cantrip, or a spell and a bonus action, or a bonus action spell and a.
Oh, that's all my stuff then. I'm just 20 feet in the air.
Okay.
God damn it.
That works. So Suar,
Yeah, things are pretty dire.
yeah, Slim just took off, literally.
Yeah, Slim literally just yeeted out of here.
Jack is lying in a pool of ever-increasing blood with a large hole through her midsection. And the frog is on the other side of the Triceratops.
Yes. And is no longer a Tyrannosaur.
Absolutely
which is
not.
helpful. Okay. I can cast 1 spell and 1 cantrip, yeah?
Correct.
Okay. For... Sorry, give me 1 second. I'm gonna cast Hunter's Mark onto the Triceratops.
Oh, cool. Nice.
Thank you. I'm trying.
I'm blaming the audience, specifically Chris, for ramping all this up.
Too generous.
Well,
for
I
our
just
own
rolled a 1, so that's nothing.
Oh, yeah.
And there's no way it would have crushed all of you if I hadn't become a Tricer.
Well, I mean, no. So you've marked it.
Yes, I've marked it.
Oh, and then you were going to make a ranged attack.
Yeah, then I was also gonna do my firebolt.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it doesn't. It's that same thing. No, you have that firebolt at advantage because of those owls.
Excellent. I will take that.
Mhm.
All right. Roll for hit DC.
Gotta
Just thinking.
beat a 16. That big frill is protecting most of its body, or at least from the front. God, the tension is mounting. Oh,
I got an 18! Yes!
nice.
Yes.
Roll
All
that
right.
beautiful damage plus your
Thank
hunter's
you. I
mark
can't believe I'm
damage.
the tank of this team. I've never been the tank.
I was the tank for a bit, and then now
Then
I'm
you
the
got tanked.
helicopter.
Yeah,
We didn't say they were going to be useful druids. We just said there were going to be 3 of them.
right. The problem is awesome. Jungle, druids, ranger, great idea. Spellcasters, squishy.
Okay, I got 13 damage with the firebolt.
Right on.
Chris
yeah,
is
so-
threatening to make the owls breathe fire.
Oh, come on, let the owls
God.
breathe fire. I have been incapacitated twice.
I'm gonna leave that up to Chris, but it will have to be.
Also, to be fair, the first incapacitation was not by Trevor.
That is true. I am not taking that. Not my fault. The first incapacitation and the first character death, not me.
For every
Which is-
litre of blood that Jack loses, an owl can breathe fire.
I'm
I will
sorry that I
100%.
killed Rob with my booty.
She's just too thick.
She too thick.
Sorry, not
You
sorry.
roll. Wiggle.
I will allow a fire attack from the owls, somehow mystically channeling the druidic powers of the now unconscious and bleeding to death Jack before the owls dissipate because of the animal companion spell now broken because of Jack's bleeding out and dying body.
I am Jack's bleeding out dying body.
I am Jack's fire-breathing owl revenge.
I am
A
Jack's
donation
special
of
betrayal
$50
to
or
his
50
friends.
pounds, whatever 50 legal currency you have near you,
Or
will
maybe
be
instead of
the...
fire, it's like a torrent of rat blood.
Yeah, it's like The Shining. It's this acidic, foul, just rat blood pouring out of these owls. So yeah, $50, rat blood fountain into the T-Rex, into the Triceratops' face. While that is occurring,
I have to pin this back up because it's against the queer flag code for it to be
yes,
down.
absolutely. Yeah, Trike scored Jack, Slim, Sewer just went, Sarik, you're up. Because again, I'm skipping the initiative order because Rob is dead. That's in chat for Rob.
So, as a frog, I like froggy things. Okay, I was stalling. We're back. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and I'm just gonna cast Moonbeam again.
You can move the moonbeam
Yeah,
as an
move it. I
action.
just want to move it. Yeah.
Okay, so you're just gonna drop it back on the trike.
Yeah.
Cool. So yeah, that's your action. You still have a bonus action or a end movement available.
Yeah. How close am I to the Triceratops?
You leapt over it like a decent length. You're about 15 feet away from it.
Oh, okay. I don't think there's really much else I can do.
You can
Me
keep
just-
moving out of the way.
I mean, yeah, but where's the fun in running away? Okay, I'll skedaddle a little further. I'll hippity hop my way like 20 feet further.
Okay, so you're like 30, 35 feet away from it?
Yeah.
Okay. Right, so that was Sarik. Damn it. Means the trike starts its turn and has to make a constitution saving throw. And it fails miserably again. So please, Sarik, roll that 2d10 wonderful radiant damage in the face of my dinosaur.
It's gonna be a 9.
Okay. Every little bit helps. It's starting to look a little worse for wear at this point.
That's good.
Not quite like bleeding and damaged or rough, but like, yeah, it's having an effect.
It's going through it. This Triceratops.
Right. It definitely is. Did we get no, we I'm going to give you that 50, 50 before Jack is the end of the initiative. So if I don't see 50, we're not getting the rat blood fountain from the owls. So, God damn.
Some sentences, like you wake up in the morning and you don't think you're going to say that sentence that day.
Yeah, I did not expect that. That today. Unionizing dinosaurs and rat blood fountains and sentient slime molds. And playful T-Rexes did not get, it's like, I'm with Sewer in this one, man. Just like, what am I doing here? Speaking of which, Frog, you went away. Jack is, yeah, it's down. Slim took off, literally. I'm gonna give it a roll. Ooh, okay. It did not like getting plonked in the face by a rock. And it saw you leap over, even through the owls, and it pivots. And you're about 30 feet away from it. And this will be a disadvantage, but it rears and then starts charging toward you. That same charge it did when it first escaped its paddock and slammed into the side of you as you were a large tyrannosaur. But this time you're a small 3-foot-tall frog. It will be at disadvantage. And honestly, even though I'm a dungeon master and I have to play it fairly, I kind of hope this misses. If it doesn't, I'm fairly certain you're going to get smeared. So. Yeah, that didn't miss. That was a crit. So. Yeah, I don't like this, but I have to do it. This is just the bludgeoning portion. And as a critical hit, the dice are doubled. So it effectively becomes 6 dice instead of 3.
Literal overkill.
Yeah. How now I have to ask, how many hit points does Sorcery? How many? Oh, we did get a $50 for the rat blood fountain.
Yes, rat
awesome.
Blood fountain.
And that roll was at disadvantage, by the way, just to let you know, and it was still a crit. It's because I rolled 2 20s. How many hit points total? Not right now, but how many hit points total does Sarik have?
38.
Okay. If a character takes damage twice the amount of their hit point maximum, it's an insta-kill. So.
You thought you'd heard squelchy noises before.
Yeah.
What happens when you step on a frog?
Oh, Jesus. 12. 18. 20 times 2 is 40 points of bludgeoning damage. That is not, thankfully, twice your hit point maximum.
Just deleting all of my hit points.
How many did you have?
I don't know. I have like 23 or something left because I didn't take a lot because I was in like T-Rex form.
Right. That is true. Yeah. Sewer. Slim seemingly abandoned. He just went up. Jack is right there on the.
I'm right there.
Doing what?
Yeah, Jack's not doing too well. And at least the Triceratops ran away from you, but into and over Sarik. Yeah, there's a wet squelching noise as the brow horn, as it lowers its whole face to trample into Sarik. But Sarik is small, so instead of the brow horn catching it, it's more like it's just beak hits, pins, and squeals the grung against the thoroughfare. And then it pivots toward you. But it doesn't have any more action economy. So then it falls to Jack. Jack, you're going to have to make me your second death saving throw. Please don't make it a 1.
Okay. I mean, I'll try. Oh, it's a 20.
Holy shit!
Woo!
When you hit a death saving throw with a 20, you immediately rocket back to health and 1 hit
Oh,
point.
amazing.
Yeah.
So,
Yes.
Fantastic.
You just,
That was
with a
clutch.
start, one of the 3 remaining rats, Rathu, to be specific,
You.
is gnawing a little bit on your ear. And just that little primal part of your brain is just like, wake up, children in danger, and you bolt awake. Ow! As you feel this hole through your side. That is fantastic. You're awake. Unfortunately, that's also the end of your turn this round. We go back to the top of the order, which would be Slim, with Sewer on deck.
Okay, so is Sarik unconscious or jam?
A bit of both.
Like
Unconscious.
salvageable jam.
I could regenerate some limbs.
Yeah. Unconscious.
Yeah, your cousin was an axolotl.
Yeah.
Yeah. She.
The same cousin who's married to a rat.
The kids are beautiful.
Absolutely gorgeous.
Okay, so from my lofty, safe vantage point, I'm gonna kind of flick my tendrils a bit, and a little bit is gonna kind of glom off and kind of land on Sarik, and a little bit goes in a mouth, and I'm gonna cast a 2nd level healing word.
Oh, shit.
So that's going to be 2d4 plus 3. Five plus 3, 8 hit points. And with my action, I'm going to use my other magic item, and this doesn't cast a spell. This just makes an effect. I'm going to use the Wand of Pyrotechnics. And I'm going to shoot a firework at this dinosaur's face. To try and it's totally harmless, but I just want to trust me, if you've ever had a firework fired at you, it is scary.
Yeah.
I want to, and it's got quite a, it's got a satellite dish of a head, so it's probably quite easy to hit.
They're going to ricochet around inside.
So a harmless burst of multicolored light, and it's accompanied by a cracking noise that can be heard up to 300 feet away.
Holy
The light
shit.
lasts only a second.
Okay. You flick this wand out. You're hovering 20 feet in the air. And you pull this wand out after flicking Sarik back awake. You start to see Sarik is slowly pulling that slime mold out of her mouth. Jack is wincing in pain. Rob is still just a smear. Suar is looking at all of you going, what the fuck? And you just pull out the fireworks show.
But it's a wand, so it's like the stick on the end of a firework. There's literally a firework on it.
And as this firework goes off in the face of this animal, the 8 owls that were fluttering around it suddenly get scared and vomit this torrent
There's so many squelchy noises.
Of just, like, even in the humidity, it is steaming. This absolute foul. The shining elevator opening moment. I will give each of the poison vomiting owls a d6 of damage. So, thank you, Chris. Or whomever did that. Oh dear crap. Okay, 10, 25, 26 points of, I'll say, poison / acid damage. It's not resistant to either, so it honestly doesn't mean. This is gross. And then the firework goes off. It takes the damage, and I'm going to give it a disadvantage, a charisma saving throw, because this is absolutely intimidation at this point, which it fails miserably. With a guttural yelp, slipping on this ever-increasing fluidic mess underneath it as the owls flitter away. It tries to do this. You know when a dog is on tile and it's just kind of moving in place? And it pivots and starts galloping back toward its paddock, ramming into the side. That broken netting just kind of scratching at its hide as it clambers down just this small, very small embankment, just letting off these horrific noises. And that's when you hear it behind you.
Oh, God.
Oh, no, not another one.
Just this dull hum of an approaching airship coming fairly fast over the water of that marine enclosure. The small white-clad halfling on the prow pointing at you all, seeing that firework that went off.
Yay!
Like a flare.
So,
And seeing the absolute hellscape this has turned into.
Hey, we're all up, apart from Rob.
And 7
yeah,
rounds.
we're all fine.
You're all awake.
I mean, everyone that matters is still alive.
8 whole hit
And-
points, baby.
Right? And they're just cresting when this massive crustacean-like claw
Oh, yes.
bursts
Time.
out of the water and grips the keel of this airship. And breaking the surface is this horrific looking monstrosity. The front half of it is armored, black, like some grotesque spiny lobster. But those are just its arms. These fluctuating gills along its semi-reptilian neck pulsate as this foul mouth opens, teeth dripping seawater as it grips the airship, letting out this triumphant guttural bellow and roar as it lands the airship into the water and begins trying to pull it down. The halfling jumping off the bow, swimming for his life. The captain, who had you met briefly once, trying to spin to no avail, the rudder moving back and forth in the air, completely useless at this point. A small rolling cart full of liquor falling off the top deck into the water below as the Velocilobster snaps the airship in half and pulls it underneath your one ride coming to save you, to get you off this accursed isle full of death and predators. Rubble and flotsam floating and bubbling up to the surface of this lake.
It's what we deserve, honestly.
As the rain begins to roll in, they were trying to come and save you from the impending storm.
No.
And now they are sinking to the depths of a holding tank full of this repto-crustacean abomination.
Your wizards were so preoccupied with whether they could. They never stopped to think about whether they should.
And this black clacking claw comes up over the side. And you just see its eyes come up out of the water and focus on all of you.
Oh, fuck.
And that is where we will leave this party, hopefully for a future Science and Sorcery, to see if they can get off the Isle of Cretas in the face of the Velocilobster. I have been your insane dungeon master, Trevor Valle. This has been an awesome charity stream. My beautiful party nearly TPK'd a couple of times. And holy shit, we hit the goal.
Yeah, I am actually dying of laughter. The Velocilobster killed me.
I have stats for it.
Yes!
And I rolled for its size, and the size was gargantuan. So I'm like, yep, fuck it, let's go.
Yeah. Well, Trevor, if you're okay with it, we'd love to release those stats.
Oh, absolutely.
So that the people can use the Velocilobster in their own games.
Is it safe to put out there in the world, though?
Have
too
we
late.
done too much? Have we?
It's too late. We've already given them the Velocilobster.
It's too late.
You can't take it away now.
It's too late. We better give them the official Velocilobster before people try to homebrew their own.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I will take about a half hour to plug it into my creature
absolutely no rush.
stat generator, and we'll have an actual stat block for the Velociraptor release.
I might be asking Science and Sorcery artist Alex Holt to do some art for that, because I think it's absolutely worth it. I'm pretty sure they're currently asleep, so I'm not going to bother them, but...
think of it as like a really fucked up mantis shrimp. So where its tail and like legs and tail would be is totally like the swimmerettes of a lobster, and then its claws, but then it kind of merges about halfway into this Velociraptor lobster centaur.
Yeah. I think from now on...
Yeah, it's 60 feet long.
Amazing.
2 massive black clacking claws covered in spiny lobster spikes. It's gross.
Is the tail like long and thin like a Velociraptor tail, but then it ends in that like plated fan of a lobster tail?
Yeah, and it has swimmerettes underneath it.
Oh
Amazing.
man, I know what I'm having nightmares about tonight.
Oh yeah.
I think yeah, we're gonna need a Velocilobster cross stitch from Charlotte at some point. Though the next one I've been promised is Rob the Immovable Horse, fire farting hero of the previous one shot. I think new rule: if you donate £500/$, you get a custom homebrew.
100%.
With art, absolutely 100%.
Out of doubt.
Without a doubt, absolutely. Everyone, thank you so much. I'm gonna just very quickly look up exactly how much money we've raised. But it is an insane amount. We're 115% of our goal. So
amazing.
Thank you to
Thank you so much,
that
everyone.
last donation as well. Most of this money came from Chris, not surprisingly.
What a man. What a man.
But-
Bill.
God,
We
absolutely.
love you, Chris. You're our absolute favorites. And also, let me take this time to thank our other Patreon supporters. Chris Hogan is one, but so are Charles Akai and Vikram Baliga. They make our giveaways possible. And with that, I am unable to find how much money we've raised.
If it's
Well,
I don't know how this website
115%
works.
of the
If it's
goal would
100
be 727.
Yeah, something like that.
£728. You were one
Damn.
off.
Wow.
I can't do mental math. It is almost 1 a.m.
Oh, I
and I've
can't
had
do mental
far
math
too much to
either.
drink.
I
But we do, of course, we had our giveaways. So we had 12 people donate in total. So 3 of those 12 will win something tonight, which is 1 in 4. Very exciting. Let's find out who's winning the Women in STEM postcard set.
I'm removing myself because I was a player, even though I DM, even though I
Oh,
don't.
yeah,
So
remove
it's
me
1 in
as well.
3.
Yep. Okay. Well, the winner of the Women in STEM postcard set is Julius Strack. Julius, also previous winner of the Illusion Goose cross stitch. So thank you so much for constantly supporting us. You're amazing, and we love you. I will be in touch to get that shipped to you. The winner of the Hubble telescope set, my wheel is spinning, is Daniel. Daniel, thank you so much for supporting us as well. I'm not going to say your last name because I don't actually know you, and I don't know if you want me to.
Does it begin with an F? Does it begin with an F?
It does not.
Okay, then it's not my partner who's upstairs.
No, this is the only Daniel who's donated, so go tell your partner to donate.
I will do that.
Busted.
And most excitingly, the person, because we hit our goal, who's going to help me design some of the details for the All Sam Battle Royale on the 22nd of April. Sam, correct me if I'm wrong.
Chris.
Oh, God. It's landed. It definitely can't be this one because it's landed on our producer Sam Langford. It's going to be one of the players himself.
Yes! I was just waiting for that to happen.
Right on.
Did you hack my
Yeah.
computer? Could you see that was going to happen? Because you came on at the exact right moment.
I'm just waiting to click, like, ready to go.
The wheel's not random. It's Sam scrolling down a list.
Right, okay. That makes a lot of sense.
The wheel is
All right,
also
you
on
know
Sam.
what? You know what, Sam? I am going to let you help me plan that and help me decide the magical items that's going to be available to the players for that one
Well,
shot.
I know who the players are going to be, and it's going to be absolute fucking
People
chaos.
named
It's
Sam.
gonna- Well, yeah, I know they're going to be named Sam. I know how the alphabet works and how that, you know. But I know the actual individuals, and it's going to be absolute mayhem.
Yep. So stay tuned for that. We also, once again, if you're in or near Glasgow on the 17th of May, come join us at Dram. We're going to be live. We've got some amazing people confirmed already for the live show. I have not yet written the one shot, but I will get on that. And you can come meet us and hang out, and it'll be great. And we're supporting, Sam, what charity are we supporting?
We're supporting Refugee, who are a Glaswegian charity who support the welcoming to Glasgow of refugees from Syria, Afghanistan, Iraq, Ukraine, and countries around the world who are refugees who come to Scotland and the UK.
Yep. And with that, any of our players and DM, if you want anything you want to say to our audience before we sign off, feel free to
Thank
plug
you so
yourselves.
much.
Thank
You know,
you.
it's been incredible. It's been incredible playing, but also it's been incredible, you know, seeing all the donations come in, big and small. You're all amazing people. And if any of you are in London next Friday evening, I'm producing an event at the Natural History Museum all about exploring our relationship with nature through games. So video games, board games, role-playing games. Come down, play some nature-related games. Some big ones, some indie ones, some unreleased ones. Some is one that we wrote an entire new game system for one of the shows. So come down. Tickets are free. Just look for NHM Lates online. If you're in London next Friday, come down, have a drink. Might even see me sprinting around like a headless chicken. Peace.
And that event includes our friends, the RP Geeks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Me and Shamini
definitely.
from RP Geeks wrote a whole new 1d6 based weird little genetic Truman Show animal experiment game.
This sounds interesting.
Trevor's flying down to London.
Looking up flights right now.
It's the tab behind the stat block, yeah.
All I have to say is thank you so much to everybody, and then also always be secreting.
Always be secreting.
I will admit I've paid £20 to promote that tweet because it just says hashtag always be secreting. I am drunk. Sam told me to go for it. I spent £20 on that. I have no regrets.
I have no regrets for you either.
Thank you, Patreon. Alex, anything you want to add?
Yeah, sure. I guess I will just give another plug for what you can do to stop the anti-trans legislation crisis. Even if you don't live in a state that is considering anti-trans legislation, please use transformationsproject.org, transformations with an S, project.org, to please contact your representative in support of trans rights. We really desperately need it right now. This is a huge crisis that is going dramatically underreported. So every contact matters and counts. Thank you so much.
Charlotte, anything you have?
I feel kind of bad because I was just going to follow up with don't ever trust a big booty dinosaur.
Don't feel bad.
Rules to live by.
The power of the cloaca was just too much, and I'm so sorry, but also not sorry at all.
I have something for Charlotte to plug, which is Charlotte's Etsy shop.
Oh yeah, that is Stitching Science on Etsy. So if you like cross-stitch patterns that are kind of sciencey, you can go check it out on there.
Yep. And there may be more science and sorcery content coming from Charlotte in the future.
Very first.
Trevor, anything you want to add?
I would just like to say, it's my firm belief that the Dungeon Master is simply a narrator and the bookbinding of wonderful stories. And holy shit, these 4 characters are some of the coolest I've ever seen in a one-shot. The fact that you were all very dear to your character types and their actions, how completely squishy and squelchy or rolling over your all party they were. Sewer with the literal fish out of water reaction to everything going around him. The endless thoughts of what are the rats doing right now going on in my head from Jack. Just all of it was such a joy. And it's players like you that have old school DMs like me. I've been doing this for over 40 years. I've been playing Dungeons and Dragons since the original editions. And I like the way it's gone. This tabletop role-playing sphere in this community that we're in is rad. And I love changing with it, and it's fun. But holy shit, there are just some tables that bring a smile to me. And I'm like, yeah, this is totally why I keep doing this. And yeah,
Can I
that
put
was
this on my CV.
totally. This is, I would say, for CV reasons, this would be considered scientific outreach.
Oh, absolutely.
This was a 5-hour conference. No, it was you were a partner in a 5-hour workshop detailing science communication through different mediums.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But no, thank you, Trevor. I literally have only ever played in one campaign before this, and I started during the lockdown. So, This is amazing.
That sounds like you need to play more D&D.
Yeah.
I know.
Or more tabletop games in general. Remember, there's not just 5th edition Dungeons and Dragons out there. There's Kids on Bikes. There's the Forged in the Dark system. There's all of these different amazing games out there. So, like, don't just stick with D&D. There's so much cool shit out there, and it's all part of the big TTRPG community, and it's rad. I love it. It's fun. Makes me feel young. Didn't kill any characters, damn it! But
Yes, you did.
So
You
he
killed
came
Rob.
very
Rob.
close.
I killed my own character.
Liz killed Rob.
You know,
I-
there's always the sequel. There's always the sequel. That
There is
Velociraptor
always-
There will
is
be-
not going to mess around.
You're
I'm
facing
promising
down
you
the
right
Velociraptor.
now, there will be a sequel where Reginar and Archie, the bards, parachute into the island to save everyone.
Bring it. Bring it.
Oh my fucking god! I would love to do that with Reginald.
The
do
stiletto
not-
throwing bard and the One Direction singing bard are coming to save you.
Yeah.
Maybe
Thank God,
with the fire
honestly.
farting horse named
Good thing I know
Rob.
the entire
Not
One Direction
Rob.
back catalog.
We can if they hear
The
them
only
chant,
songs I
folks.
can remember when I'm drunk. And with that, however, just in case you're still watching this after I don't know how many hours, 5 hours,
5 hours.
Uh,
5 hours now.
probably in the restream tomorrow or at some point during the next week, the fundraiser is going to stay live. It's just on the Ko-fi account. Please donate. I will donate the money to the selected charities in exactly 1 week, next Saturday, to allow anyone who didn't get the chance to watch live to catch up and provide a donation if they so wish. So, if you get paid next Thursday, maybe throw a bit of money our way. I don't know when people get paid. Thank you all so much for watching. Thank you all for donating. And thank you, Trevor, Alex, Charlotte, and Liz, and Khalil for playing. And of course, thank you, Sam and Alex Holt, for helping me with all of the science and sorcery. It is a literal dream come true, and I actually cried tonight. That's your fault, Chris. We'll see you in April. Bye, everyone.